Hello, and welcome back to my channel where we are all crime, all black, all the time.
I don't want to misquote, but something to the effect of, or did
out of the rule of completeness, I'm going to ask that, but because at this point, the narration, we need to approach out to take a speak objection, but the video needs to play, and then he can come back and ask his questions, is how it's normally done. And right now, I would ask the court to allow him, to allow it to play to a certain point, and then come back, because it's not giving the video the weight of.
Well, with regard to the video, it's being admitted into evidence. So if you're wanting to play the video in its entirety during your cross-examination,
Yes,
then I'll allow you to do so. But during the direct examination, I'll allow him to ask questions with portions that he wants to.
I'd like to bring the court's attention.
All right.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
rewind it back since we took a little break, and my questions are going to be, whose voice is that? Okay.
Okay.
Whose voice is that?
Martin.
Okay.
More than one. Well, got it.
Okay. His voice was him.
Can
Your Honor,
you replay it?
exactly what I addressed. Objection.
If he
Tigerman no, or the witness?
I guess there is or the objection. So you can ask if he has knowledge of who made the statement. If he says it.
Sorry, Your Honor, the records will reflect that out of Ms. Tigerman's mouth came the word hit. My objections to him.
All right. If you can read.
We can rewind it. The question is, who says that?
Okay. Sound-
We are east of the intersection.
Who said the location?
That was me.
and answer, the narration is going over and over. And I don't have an issue with the question. We're gonna play the video as well, but he's narrating, trying to get to he's leading him to the answers that he wants out of the witnesses indicated an answer to all these questions twice now.
Actually wasn't asked how the list.
If we're going over new information, I'll allow you to go over new information, but if we can just make sure we're going over new information.
It was a witness who wanted to answer the question. Who's that talking?
Haley.
He's asking who's saying what as a timestamp on it. And when you read a transcript of this, the question is going to be who said that, and there's going to be a name answer generally, or I don't know. But there's no timestamp. Nobody reading the transcript will be able to know what they're talking about. I would ask that when someone's questioned about the videotape, that the timestamp be mentioned and included in the question.
All right, if you can include that, Mr. Harron.
For the record, that was 2045-38.
You ain't got to say anything else. Hey, that's only one. Hey, I'm asking. You said water hole? Yeah. Excuse me, do you have a water hose that we use? Oh, they got water hose, right? Yeah, yes, please.
I got it now. My kids were like, the house is split up. Where am I? There's houses everywhere.
No, he was driving. I'll come driving.
Oh my God.
Now, who's that talking to the woman there?
That's me.
And what did you say to her?
That he was driving to oncoming traffic.
Now, did you see that?
No, I was going off what Martin told me.
Timestamp is 2046-53.
Oh, yeah, right? Is Tyler from it?
Probably right there like me.
Thank you. This is Bernie. No, we citywide. Yeah. Hey, Martin. 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 Okay. Right here. My point of view. Oh, no, thank you. I'm going to use that one now. Thank you. Yeah, I got it. Merciful. Thank you.
That's Martin.
Wait, what's the timestamp on it?
2049-50. 1 or 2. Well, the camera now is 20, 49, 50, so 6 or 8. 6, and who's picture? Mr. Mills?
That's Martin.
That's Martin. What is Sir Martin?
Signaling to take off my camera. I can talk to him.
What was that signal?
Just put into his body, well, where the body camera would be.
Okay.
On the chest.
So what that signal mean?
Take it off. I got something to tell you.
To take your body number off?
Yes.
And that timestamp is 20:50:00.
Asking him what happened on the traffic stop, why you stopping, did you find anything, and how we get here. How we get to where we at right at that time.
Gotcha.
He was putting on his gun, and I think he told me like all three, him, Haley, and Hemphill was laying on him, and I think he said he pushed Mr. Nichols pushed him off of them and took off running. He told me it's
What happened?
the original traffic stop.
Whose voice was that at 2054 asking, he all right?
That was Smith.
Mr. Nichols. Mr. Nichols. Yeah, he responded to that. Yeah, he responded to that after, what, 15 seconds to go to center row. Mr. Nichols. Hey, did you talk to me?
Who says that at 2056-41 his oxygen may be low?
Smith.
At this point, do you walk away with Lieutenant Smith to go to the father's house?
Yes.
We're gonna stop the video at 2057. I think that's a 39. And for the record, that's where we'll stop Mr. Mills's body worn camera. Next, Mr. Mills is, I'm gonna try not to ask any questions during this one, just let it play. This will be your body worn camera audio synced up with the poll camera.
Okay.
Okay, so we actually will be able to see for the first time and hear the incident from Castlegate.
Okay.
What food is this? What food is this? What food? Can I get ready? Go up and try to get ready. You want this? What is it? What's up? Ross and Castlegate. We are east of the intersection. Right here. 203. Castlegate. You can get there from Ross and Castlegate. Man, listen, hey, you gonna shoot. Hey, leave him alone. Whoa. Yeah. All right, let me get my car quick. You been all right?
Stop that now at 2038-13. We have two and then one real short video left, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're gonna watch next Lieutenant Beam's body worn camera. To remind the jury, who is Beam in the car with?
Me.
stop it here at 20:33:55. So the camera remains on the ground. We're going to fast forward it to 20:39. Go ahead. This is just from 20:38:19.
Come on, look. He cut here, he cut through traffic. Bring, I got some camera. Does the fire department come down to you, or are you bringing it back down here? Bring it down here. I'm not bringing it, man, hell. I said, real bossy back up. What? Yeah, he took our running, so I said, why did they say, bro? What else? Right here. He was running through the yard, bro. This why I got it. I said, he ain't got to see no boy. You said that we went to the head. Y'all said, ball head, though. But then he started running. He's like, you about to face. You about to face. I know. I see y'all. I see you there, right? Somebody fuck my leg, bro. I know. When I seen that boy running, bro, come on, man, I already know more. Hey, sit up, bro. Sit up, man. Fuck room my radio, bro. Shit. I said, off. Where's my light go, bro?
This is 20:42:17. Stopping here. Since we played yours synced with the actual incident, we'll play Mr. Bean's synced with the actual incident. We can stop that here at 2038-19. And there's just one more video. Should be from Blake's body cam.
From whose body cam?
Blake's, it's not a name we've heard yet in this trial. This will be from later on in this. Can you stop it for a second? Oops. I was going to read out the timestamps. Right there at 20. 30. Who is that kicking, Mr. Nichols?
They're like Haley.
And there at 20, 36, 21, 20. Who is that kicking, Mr.
Martin.
And I guess we can show that stop for record at 20, 36, 21. I watched a lot of videos.
Yes.
During any of those videos, did you ever say, stop?
No.
Should you?
Yes.
Did you hit Mr. Nichols with your baton?
Yes.
Should you have?
No.
Did you react out of anger?
Yes.
Afterwards, did you lie about it?
Yes.
That's all my questions, Judge.
Right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your lunch has arrived. This will be a good breaking point for the defense starts their cross-examination. So we're going to go ahead and excuse the juror at this time.
Hello. Uh-oh, there's echo. Can you hear me? Oh, that's because hold on. Can you hear me now? Is it an echo? Oh, okay. Cool. I was on the 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 stream page for the local news, and that's where like all the locals are. That's I ain't gonna hold you. I've been in there like I guess you would call it marketing, telling people to come on over, watch the trial. Anyway, I was in there reading the comments from the local people, and the local people are saying that whole thing about him dating the ex of one of the police officers was not a rumor. That's what all of them are saying. Like somebody had just brought it up, like, hey, did you guys see that rumor about Tyree was messing with one of the officers' ex or something like that? And like mad people came in there to say that it was not a rumor. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean anything because don't nobody really know. But I'm one of those people that I'm like, ain't nobody, ain't nobody just gonna keep saying the same thing about you and it ain't true. You know what I'm saying? Like if the same rumor been going around about the same mofo for umpteen years, it might be some truth to that rumor somewhere. Um, I was like that with Michael Jackson. Like how everybody wanna kept saying Michael Jackson didn't do nothing. Mm, maybe, but how long are we gonna hear about this same man playing with kids and we not think there's something to it? I'm just saying. I mean, it wasn't like, oh, we heard this rumor one time and it didn't go nowhere, or maybe we heard it two or three times and it didn't go nowhere. I mean, it's kind of like the R. Kelly thing too. Like we hear that this person is playing with kids for 15 years, and it's still people sitting here like, I don't think he did anything. Get out of here. We've been hearing R. Kelly been playing with little girls for 15 and 20 years, and there's still women out here. I don't think you did anything. Get out of here. So it's like if everybody is saying that Tyree was messing with with one of them cops' girls, it might be some truth to it. You said who is the chick? I don't know who the chick is. I would assume that the district attorney also heard the rumor and they investigated it. And I guess maybe obviously they didn't find anything there. But we don't know that. Trial not over. We don't know who they are calling as witnesses and who they not gonna call as witnesses. So I mean, it's quite possible that a chick could pop up as a witness because we don't know that yet. But I'm just saying if we all heard the rumor, I'm sure the district attorney heard the rumor too. So I would assume that they did their due diligence and investigated and they might have investigated it and it might have been true, but they couldn't tie it to this because you have to tie it. Like, I mean, Memphis Memphis is like any other, like, like suburban slash city. Like, it's one of them, like, it's a big city but it's small at the same time. Like Atlanta. Atlanta's a big city but it's small at the same time. Everybody kind of know everybody, know somebody that knows somebody or whatever. So it could be that, yeah, they did have that connection with their ex there, but the district attorney couldn't connect it back as being the reason why they pulled Buddy over. Um, see, and I'm reading now, it's other people. I think the girl might take the stand. I mean, that's what's been talked about in the chat now. But like I said, I mean, don't nobody know nothing really. So, but I missed it. I'm probably sure I missed it, especially if it was today, because I kind of been in and out today. But what was the reason for the traffic stop to begin with? Like, what was the reason? Like, what was the reason for the traffic stop? Was it that he was driving erratically? Because I know they were trying to say that I know they told his mom it was DUI. So I'm like, are they trying to say he was driving erratically? Like, what was the initial reason for the traffic stop? Oh yeah, maybe that's why they did ask him that. Did you hear him threaten him? I mean, because there's got to be a reason. Like, well, obviously there's a reason, but yeah, I want to know what was the initial, like, when what was the initial reason why they pulled him over? And I didn't really get to see all of those videos. I saw a little bit of it. I'm gonna try to go back on my TV now, but I feel like it seemed like they had ulterior motives. I mean, it just seemed like there was anger involved. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. I be thinking about running the running stuff back like at night for people who can't watch stuff during the day. Like, it's another trial. I told you it was 3 trials that was going on. I wanted to cover. It was another trial going on in. There's one going on in Michigan and there's one going on in Orlando. And because I had chosen to stream this trial, I was thinking about streaming the other trial like in the evening time. But I don't know if that's gonna work. Cause that's when my kids home and hell, the internet really, if it's acting up with just me home, shit. Yeah, the way they were like, like, old buddy was breathing hard as hell. Like, you would have thought he just came from the gym, but we know he didn't. Cause all them officers fat as hell. Like, ain't you supposed to stay in shape when you police? All them officers fat, but he was on his body cam. All we heard was he was breathing all hard, and they telling his mama, "Oh, he had superhuman strength." If my computer wasn't acting the way it do, I'd run it back. But I'm gonna leave that motherfucker alone. I'm talking on my tablet right now. I'm gonna just leave the computer where the stream is at alone, because apparently me just walking near it makes it want to fuck up. So. Yeah, they all look fat as hell. And Tubby on the stand, roly poly on the stand there. And then like Memphis got that courtroom where like you see how he's sitting up there, like there's nothing blocking you. Like it's just straight you. Like I couldn't sit in the courtroom and be on the witness stand like that because I'm one of them people. Like I shake my like I sit like when I sit down, I just like shake my leg or like I'm fidgety. I'm moving around and shit. But I like just to be sitting there where like everybody can see all your like I don't know, I can't like I need something in front of me. Like put a like I don't know. It just look weird. And like I said, like and he all big and shit. It looked like he can't even really fit in that little witness box. It's like that witness box was made for a very slim, petite person when it was made, when it was built back in 1970. It was built for slim, petite people. If you big, if you big, um, it might be a problem. Sorry. You can see. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to share that. My bad. You can see their whole body. Yes, like you can see everything. Like I can't make no move. I can't cross my legs. I can't I can't do nothing. Like I don't like the way that nope. See everything sitting on that witness stand. But like I said, when it was built back in 1970, it was built for slim petite people. My teenager, oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I know I got quiet. My teenager is really, really gonna catch these hands when he get home. Anyway, you can't show no nervousness, no nothing. Like just think about if that courtroom was in the YSL trial, like hilarious. Speaking of that, isn't the other part of the YSL trial supposed to be? I thought it was supposed to be starting already, like the other guys, or did they take a plea and I missed all that? Yeah, rock that ass up there, nervous as hell. You can't even show it. Like it's just every single thing you do is like visible. What if you needed to scratch your ass? Like what if for whatever reason the crack of your ass was just itching from here to high heaven and you just want to do a little slick scratch, you know, just do a little slick scratch. Or maybe let's just say your back. Let's just say your back is itching and you just want to do a little slick scratch, nothing too major. You don't want to make any sudden movements or anything, but you can't because everybody can see what you're doing. Like up there with an itchy ass. And when you're doing all that damn telling, you can't be on the stand doing all that damn telling and have your ex coworkers looking dead at you doing all that damn telling, and not show like any kind of twitching or glitching, man. What if you had to pee? What if you had to pee? You know the I gotta pee dance. Like when you sitting down, like what if you gotta pee? And you just kind of want to rock back and forth until the judge say that it's break time. You can't even do that. I'm fucking retarded. So I think they coming back at 1:45. I'm surprised more people aren't covering this trial. Like I'm glad they aren't. Like I told you, I don't know what it is. I like covering stuff that like everybody in the world ain't already covering. Like I don't want to be about a trial or a case that everybody and their mama is already talking about because it's already all oversaturated. Like it's hard for people to find you talking about something when everybody is talking about it. If you get what I'm saying. And it ain't but so many times you can like it's good to get different people's point of view on situations, but if everybody is talking about the same situation, it's like but I would have thought more people would have cared to cover this though. Because it's not like we dealing with white officers. You know, we're dealing with black officers. This is abnormally to have black officers accused of beating a black person to death. But I think the big caveat of it is when you the police, the only color that matters is blue. The only color that matters is blue when you the police, which is sad. That's why it's not, yeah. Which is still sad, you know what I'm saying? Which is still fucked up. Because that's why it's not, yeah. Sorry, it's my phone. Because that's why it's still fucked up. Because as black people, shouldn't this be some shit we care about? Like, shouldn't this be a case that we want to know? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. And then plus it goes to like to all the people that be like, um, or think black cops are different than white cops. Some of them are. Some of them aren't. Okay, I'm back. And I was about to I was saying, so anyway, word on the street is Lil Durk is about to be released. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. So one report I saw said that he was released, like as if it was like done already. But I think that I don't know. I only saw one blogger post that. I know he was getting another hearing for bail. And the thing is, if the feds, if what he put in his motion for bail, if that's true, and the feds made that big of a fuck up, that's crazy. And I don't know that I see the feds making that big of a fuck up, but it's possible. So the feds are trying to say that um, it was a song. I can't remember the name of the song, but it's a song that he did, and they're saying that he is making reference to the murder of Lil Pab and Quando Rondo in L.A. That's what they're saying because they're saying obviously that he is the hitman, the co-conspirator behind it. The problem is that song that they're saying is about this murder. Dirt has got the producer, the studio engineer, all of them people to come in and say that that song was written months after or months before that incident happened. Oh, I think it was before, months before that incident happened with timestamps. So the engineer has got timestamps like, he got to the studio at this time. It was mixed at this time. It was saved to the hard drive at this time. Like they got all of that. And then there's it was like a video that kind of so that whole thing when Quando Rondo is yelling out no when they pull Lil Pab out the car that was like going viral, that is added into the song. And so that's why they're saying, he's teasing and he's trolling and all that. But according to Dirt and his lawyers, that is a what they call a fan edit. And I've seen those on TikTok and YouTube. And that's basically where like regular ass people make videos to songs with their own edits and they own shit mixed into it. And it's done so good that you might think it's a part of the song, but it's not. And so Dirt and his people are saying the song that y'all are saying I did not make. A fan made this and put it on YouTube. Like, and if that is the case, and it probably, I mean, it's got to be a case because number one, I know that rappers are dumb, but I don't know that I see Dirt being that dumb to add that into a real song. I don't even think I heard it in a real song. And so that's why I'm like, so the feds didn't figure that out. Like they didn't investigate that before they put it into as evidence. They didn't investigate where the origins of this song and all that came from before they put it into evidence. Like that's crazy. Yeah, the engineers. But that's what they're saying. They're saying the engineers didn't even do that. They're saying that a regular ass person did that and put it on YouTube, and the shit was just so fire that it blew up. And so I guess people thought that it was Dirt. People thought it was Dirt song because it was edited so good, but it wasn't. And yeah, this is your smoking gun piece of evidence, and y'all didn't even verify to see if the motherfucker was smoking or not. Like I'm just saying, like y'all didn't verify, and it would have been as simple as listening to this song and then going to the actual album that's in stores and listening to whatever's on the actual album that's in stores. I think that fuck, what's his name? Shark. I think Matt Shark had tripped Viverito up with that one day, and she was trying to
Oh,
say,
you know, this giant team.
and they were like, "Well, don't you know the engineers and you can do stuff
That
after
was
the."
the beginning out
Yeah,
of the norm, in other words.
but yeah, if the feds fuck that up,
I, well,
that's then say that they can't run it back. Y'all can't come back and run this back. Nope, dismiss it with president. Okay, they back.
And do you remember what time you met for a roll call?
I don't know. I'm sure start.
If I said five, no,
No,
you left roll call.
no.
Do you remember talking with Emmett Martin regarding any sort of plans to detain anybody that evening?
No.
Did you have any discussions with any members of your team regarding any sort of plans to do anything to punish anybody during that evening?
No.
Were there any conversations regarding the fact that you wanted to take somebody hostage or take somebody else privileged to be free away from them that evening?
No.
So you drove in the car that evening with Mr. Bean while you all were driving from Flickr to the Kirby Meadows area, where I think you all stopped the car eventually. All right, but prior to then, do you remember if y'all got coffee, anything like that?
I can't remember.
All right, and it's been 2 years ago, so close to 2 years ago, at least 2 years ago. And you don't remember some of the details, but do you remember whether or not when you had the other person in custody, there was any sort of incident similar to what would go on during the 8:30 hour that evening? Were you having an incident with somebody that wouldn't put their hands behind their back?
I think I know. I don't remember.
Was there any problem? Did you deploy your Aspeton that evening prior to coming into contact with the suspect that you would eventually come to know as Tyre Nichols?
No.
Did you have any plans to necessarily deploy your Aspeton and hit anybody prior to 8:30 when you were in contact with Mr. Tyre Nichols?
No.
But you had your Aspeton with you, right?
Yes.
Was that a part of your normal equipment that you would have with you when you were out in the field?
Yes.
And I think pursuant to that, you use Aspeton, right?
No.
Not immediately prior to, but I think you have to have, and we'll go through from the policy. But if you don't remember, that's fine. You were certified to carry your Aspeton though, right?
Yes.
Were you post-certified as an officer that evening?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Bean a proper officer to be in your vehicle during that evening?
Yes.
And prior to that evening, you said that this was not the first time you'd been on a two-man team with Mr. Bean?
No, it's not the first.
Right. And I think previously when we had a conversation at the trial, you indicated that you never had any issues with Mr. Bean riding in your vehicle, right?
Correct.
And you said Mr. Bean, you knew to be just a proper officer, right?
Yes.
Never had any concerns in your different statements, ISB, with your statements with what we call 302s, your statements with the FBI, statements with the Department of Justice. Never had an issue with Jadarius Bean, right?
Right.
Right. Now, you on that particular evening, it wasn't a day like today. In other words, was it a little bit colder or a little bit warmer? And we're not talking about in this room. I know I'm a little bit warmer in this room, but was it a little bit colder January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
If I say it was about 45 degrees at 6:30, is that about right?
I don't know the weather.
Had it been raining any, to your knowledge, during that evening?
I can't recall.
You recall any conditions at all during that evening that you could tell us about?
Cold.
It was cold. A little bit different than it was during April of 2025, right?
Right.
All right. And during that particular evening, it was, you said that you were at a location, you weren't specific about where that location was. Mr. Hagerman asked you, was it in East Memphis? Do you remember now that it would have been close to Kirby Parkway, that area? Does that ring a bell to you?
If Kirby is where there's CVS and there's a farmer's market over that area.
Okay.
I think that's Kirby.
Now, you don't currently live in this area, right? You moved.
Correct.
All right. And back then, though, you were in this area?
Yes.
And you worked for MPD, right?
Yes.
And you described that you were assigned to the Scorpion unit, right?
Right.
Now, you said it was during COVID, and if it was during the year 2020, was it called Scorpion or was it called the CAT team?
Cat team.
And what does the CAT acronym stand for? Do you know?
I think it was criminal apprehension team.
Criminal apprehension team. And then in 2021, did the name change to Scorpion unit? And that was kind of the brainchild of Chief Davis, right?
Yes.
During that time, and to that was, you were getting accolades for the work. The sports, correct?
Yes.
And they were telling you how you were going, that criminal suppression was working, right?
Yes.
You were told about the decline in murders and things like that.
Yes.
And there were meetings where people would kind of rah-rah type meetings. Y'all go ahead, y'all get out there, do your job. That type of stuff going on, correct?
Yes.
And that was from the higher ups, right?
Yes, it was their meeting.
That was, and you all were present though when they told you, basically giving you slaps on the back about how successful the Scorpion unit was, right?
Yes.
And when you were part of that during that particular time, prior to January 7th, 2023, did you have any problems with the fact that there was success?
Did I have problems? Or who?
I'm gonna ask you about your problems in a second. Let me ask you this way: Christian prior to that?
In 2023?
Yes.
No.
Who was Forrest Christian?
Federal prosecuting DOJ.
All right. Now, between January 7th and that would not have been immediately after this January 7th, 2023 8:30 incident, though, correct? Let me ask you a better way. January 7th, 2023 incident happens. After the incident, you said previously that you and Darius Bean went to the St. Francis Hospital, right?
Right.
You had a suspect in custody at St. Francis Hospital, right?
Right.
And you stayed there until you were relieved from St. Francis Hospital that evening, correct?
Morning, early morning.
Right, early morning hours, 1 or 2 o'clock, I think was your prior testimony, correct?
Correct.
You remember what officer relieved you that evening? That early morning, rather.
I want to say Matthew.
Okay. And was that a member of your team also?
Yes.
And your team the Scorpion unit is broken into 3 different teams.
Yes.
And you were part of team 1, right?
Yes.
And I know you put some of this out of your memory. You don't remember your call number, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember.
All right. But and I'm going to ask you to go back in some of this to replay just so you can give a picture to the jury about what was going on. After that evening, when you got back, or in early morning hours, were you asking any questions from anyone?
Yes.
Who asked you questions?
TBI was there. The security squad, that's internal affairs, they were there in the office. And that was it.
Had they been there on other incidents prior to them to talk to you?
No.
Right. And at that particular time, you had made close to 1,000 arrests at least, right?
I don't know.
Made a lot of arrests, though.
Yes.
And you said repeatedly, ISB, DOJ, FBI, TBI, that this.
Yes.
And you also said that you don't remember an arrest fee resisting that difficult, correct?
Not that way. I said it.
A few minutes ago, you were talking about you sprayed twice, right?
I sprayed 3 times.
Right, I'm saying, but I'm talking about on the second time when Mr. Hagerman asked you, when you said you sprayed once, then you sprayed twice, he said it wasn't working, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you say spray was not working, you mean it was not working on Mr. Nichols. He was not giving his hands, correct?
Yes.
And you've been sprayed before, right?
Yes.
You sprayed on that night, right?
Yes.
You were sprayed in the academy, correct?
Yes.
When you were sprayed, did it hurt?
Yes.
And in the concept of pain compliance on the use of force continuum, and we'll go to that in a moment, spray in your mind should work, right?
Yes.
But it was not working that night. Yes or no?
Right.
All right. So you then indicate that you get back and you got different people there asking you questions, right?
You got and ask the questions like why I get back?
No. When you got back,
Yeah.
people asked you questions about what happened.
Oh, okay, yes.
All right. But at that particular point, you had not met anybody from DOJ, right?
Correct.
And you had not been told anything about what type of thing you were facing DOJ, right?
Right.
You, at that particular point in time, were not asked anything about participating at trial against Darius Bean, correct?
Correct.
You were not asked anything at that particular point in time about anything to do with testifying against Justin Smith, Demetrius Haley at trial, right?
Right.
You weren't told at the point that you're giving statements to ISB about what happened, any information whatsoever about the possibility of facing life in prison, correct?
Right.
And at the time that you were giving your statement to ISB, you had met 9 different times with DOJ, with your story changing, right?
I don't know how many times I met with them before ISB.
Right. But you can see the fact, and you can see that at trial previously, your story changed detail-wise over the period of time from January 7th, 2023 until February 2023. Again, in August, when you start meeting more with DOJ, right?
No.
You're saying that it didn't change.
I'm saying
Now you got to talk up. I asked you a question.
repeat the question.
Your story progressively changed. When you met with ISB, you had 0 complaints against Darius Bean about whatever he did that he correct.
Correct.
And you had no complaints about the fact that he stayed in the fight with Tyre Nichols that night when you were talking with ISB, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, during that evening, when you were talking with ISB, you had seen your body worn camera, had you not?
No.
Now, earlier, Mr. Hagerman asked you about whether or not you saw the poll cam. Your answer was you didn't know it until you got back, right?
To the office.
Right. Now, you can't speak for Darius Bean whether or not he noticed the poll cam, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you got people, you had to go because, as you stated, you failed to lock it, right?
Yes.
And Tadarius Bean had already got to and apprehended Tyre Nichols' aid, right? By the time you got there.
Right.
He had a head start, right?
Yes.
You're in the vehicle, you had to put it in park, correct?
Yes.
And he gets there to Mr. Nichols prior to you getting there. Am I right?
Correct.
And at the time that he got there, you can't testify as to what he saw or noticed in that area. Am I clear?
Correct.
And that's true, right?
Right.
And you wouldn't have any information regarding whether or not there's being indicated. I know that there's a light up there, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, at some point, ISB talking with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and you had made a decision that you were going to cooperate and change your plea, right?
Right.
You remember the date on it, Mr. Fair?
Just real quick, so I'm using some acronyms, I just want to make sure they're clear. What is the ISB and
I apologize. Do you know what ISB? I'll ask you another question again. You know what ISB is?
Internal affairs.
And technically, it's Inspectional Services Bureau, but it's what?
Internal affairs.
Okay. And so you talk with Internal Affairs a day or two later as far as the formal recorded statement, right?
Yes. I don't remember when, but I did talk on that.
But that was after you had already talked with TBI and ISB the early morning hours of January 8th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, there were no charges filed against you, right? Given an option of saying that you're going to continue in your story with ISB versus changing a plea of guilty that you were facing. So you were handed a copy of a memorandum of understanding. Remember that earlier today?
Yes.
And I approach you on it.
you can just reference what exhibit it is.
And that's exhibit 4. What's the date on that exhibit?
I don't see a date.
And that exhibit is written by, or at least signed by yourself, right? You're correct?
Correct.
And by Mr. Haggard.
No, it says more.
Mulroy. So you know who Mr. Mulroy is?
Yes.
Who is he?
District attorney.
The district attorney, right?
Yes.
Big guy. And it's signed, right?
Yes.
2 lawyers and yourself signed it, but it's undated, right?
Right.
Okay. Can you tell this jury when you decided to sign that?
No date. I can't tell you.
Okay. But at that point, you were cooperating with the the Department of Justice, correct?
Correct.
And basically, that agreement says whatever happens with the Department of Justice over here, going wrong with that. Right?
Yes.
So in other words, if the Department of Justice, we feel like the time should be, it's up to 15 years that you're pitching, right? Right?
Right.
But if the incentive is sweetened by the fact that you're here, it could be, as he stated earlier, probation, right?
Right.
Based on your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's based on your truthful testimony, as he stated, right?
Yes.
But this is a truth that is different from your initial truth, right?
Can you word that?
Yeah.
considerably different than your Inspection Services Bureau of Truth.
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about that National Services Bureau. Before I get into that, you're not from here, right?
Right.
I just need to make sure you keep your voice loud so that the jury can hear your response.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Not from the Memphis area. Days after this particular incident, there was a lot going on that affected you personally, right? You got people in your yard, right?
Right.
You got people with a bullhorn talking about go home and all that type of stuff. Am I right?
Right.
And that is after you gave this ISB statement, correct?
I believe so.
Right. That is after your story changed, in other words.
I don't think that happened when the charges came.
Correct. And I might have asked it in a bad way. Your ISB statement is the night of, right?
No.
Okay. I thought you talked to them verbally when you got back from the hospital.
I did, but there was no statement taken.
Right. I'm not trying to, there's no trap. That night would have been February 8th because time changes over to the next day, midnight. You get back to Flickr around 2 or 3 in the morning, right?
Right.
And you said earlier, TBI, ISB, and other people are there, correct?
Correct.
Who is TBI? Just for the sake of the record, do you know?
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
All right. And they took over the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Because it involved MPD, Memphis Police Department, right?
Because Ms. Nichols was critical, they took over.
I got you. But that would be what you would expect if it was a shooting and he's critical. Would TBI be involved to your expectation and based off of your training?
Yes, I believe so.
Right. So they're there, and because of the incident that took place, that's not something out of the ordinary, in other words. Right?
Right.
All right. So we're January 8th. Now I have this document is dated. It has January 11th, 2023. Does that sound fair? 2 or 3 days later?
Yes.
That you're talking with ISB, right?
Yes.
And at the time that you talk to ISB, you're the same Desmond Mill that's out there putting his life on the line every night, right?
Right.
And other than maybe I think your status, your job status had been relieved at that time, temporary relief, I believe. Am I correct?
I think it's just relief of duty.
You relieved of duty because of the same incident, though.
Yes.
Not because of anything outside of that, right?
Right.
And you went to give a statement to ISB, right?
Yes.
And so if it's an internal Inspectional Services Bureau statement, even though you're relieved of duty, you're still an employee. Am I right?
Yes.
All right. And so you give this statement at that particular point in time. Let me be clear. The protesting in your yard and all that stuff wouldn't be for another week or so, or 2 weeks, right? But it happened.
I don't know when it happened, but it happened.
It happened after this, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You were asked certain questions, and I'm just going to ask you a few of the questions right now. But you said that you put on your body worn camera, right?
Yes.
Now, when you had your body worn camera on, is that a part of what you're supposed to do as an MPD officer?
Yes.
Under the regulations that you have, you normally would turn it on if you get involved in any sort of interaction with a criminal suspect. Is that true?
Yes.
Does it cut on automatically?
If you're in a squad car with the light system, it will.
Okay. When you get out of the squad car, if you're running after someone, does it cut on?
No.
And in this particular incident, did you cut your body worn camera on?
Yes, I did.
Did you take it off and throw it in the car or whatever, like you saw Mr. Martin do? I think it was the question. Did you take yours off and throw it down as you were trying to interact with Mr. Nichols?
No.
Based off of two different body worn cameras, yours and I believe Mr. Bean's, correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, firsthand knowledge, did it appear that Mr. Bean would have thrown his off at any point?
No.
Now, you saw that during the interaction with Mr. Nichols, it appeared to have been knocked off. Is that true?
Yes.
But that's somewhat different than a person taking it and tossing it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time prior to you going to this incident, you said you had a person in the car, right?
Yes.
And to be clear, and that's consistent with your ISB statement, had a person in the car and you hear a call out that a person had been tased, pepper sprayed, and was fleeing, all right?
Yes.
And based on that, you said, well, I'm gonna release this gentleman, right?
Yes.
And I'm gonna drive, and if you were at Kirby Parkway, I calculated it at 2 miles to Rawson Range. Is that pretty fair?
Yeah.
All right. So you get there at Rawson Range, and when you arrive, you found out, or you start looking for for the suspect.
Yes.
Now, at that point, did you have any idea whatsoever about who that suspect was?
Only thing I knew was he resists, pepper sprayed, and was tased.
All right. So there wasn't any conversations regarding the fact that this man was supposed to have been dating somebody's girlfriend, anything like that, right?
No, I didn't hear none of that.
And anything regarding that would be inaccurate, correct?
To my knowledge.
All right. There was not, Mr. Bean didn't say, hey, let's go get Mr. Nichols. Anything like that, did he?
No.
All right. And to your knowledge, when they talked about this, when this call out came out regarding a person who's in that area, did you or Mr. Bean have any conversation about who you thought it might be or who it was or what that person might have been doing?
No.
You drove to the area, right?
Yes.
And the first time that you had seen Mr. Nichols of any sort of thing that would register in your mind, in other words, I'm not asking if you might have been in the same restaurant before or anything like that, but was there any reason to have a registration in your mind about who the person was walking?
The description that was given.
From the description, right?
Yes.
And you didn't give the description, right?
Right.
And Tadarius Bean did not give that description, correct?
Correct.
Did you all have any firsthand knowledge about what happened on that first scene?
No.
Okay. So, on the video at 8:32 approximately, you see the suspect, right? Or at some point, I guess I'm not putting words in your mouth about the exact time, but at some point you see the suspect, right?
Right.
And it appeared that at that same time that at least Mr. Bean would roll down his window, right?
Right.
And he asked the suspect a question, correct? Or did he get any words out at all?
I think we both said, hey.
When you said, hey, what happened?
Mr. Nichols took off running.
Okay. Now, in your prior testimony, with your 302s, with DOJ as well, and with ISB, do you have any criticisms of Mr. Bean getting out of the car at that point and chasing the suspect?
No.
In fact, if you see the person and you see him turn and start running. If Mr. Bean says, I'm not getting out and chasing him, that would be a problem, right? Yeah, it could be. That's not doing your job the way in other words. Right?
Right.
Okay. So he runs and he eventually something that and I can pull it up and show you. But you were clear, and your last question, the video was slowed down. That was the first time you'd seen it kind of in slow motion, right?
Yes. Last time with you, right?
Right, right. And I asked you at that time, did it appear when it was running slow motion, whether or not it appeared that they were slapping at Mr. Nichols' hands or wrist area? Remember that?
I remember you slowed it down. I watched it, and it looked like he did not punch him.
Okay.
That's what I remember.
And when you saw it, and that hasn't changed today. In other words, you never seen Tyre Being punch this man in the face or hit him in the face at all, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's yes that my question is right, because we got to have a transcript.
Oh. Yeah.
In other words, that the answer to that question is that he did not hit him in the face, head, or any areas like that. Am I correct?
Yes. Once you slow the video down, I was able to determine that.
Okay. Now, if a person is on the ground and suspect reaches up towards their vest or towards their gun or towards the hand of the other officer, that could be dangerous. Can it not?
Yes.
All right. And it's clear that can be dangerous. That if a person's hand becomes as a suspect, when you're saying, give us your hands, and instead of turning over on the back and putting the hand behind the back as a suspect, he poses danger to those officers. Correct?
If he's not in that position.
If he's not where the handcuffs can go on.
Correct.
All right. Now, eventually, you said this is trial before, that once the handcuffs go on, then the incident stops, right?
Yes.
And in this particular, the videos that you saw earlier, and they were running kind of fast, but it appeared that once the handcuffs clicked on Mr. Nichols, all contact with Mr. Nichols seemed to stop, other than to pick him up. Now, Mr. Hagerman said drag him to the vehicle, right?
I know he said drag, but
okay. But he placed him on the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And it appeared that it was Mr. Bean and Mr. Smith that placed him up against the vehicle, right?
I believe so.
Right. But they never did punch, kick, hit, or anything like that, right?
While on the vehicle?
While he's on the vehicle, while his hands are not cuffed. Or while his hands are cuffed, rather. You never saw him get struck when the hands were cuffed at all.
Correct.
All right. You talked previously about how something can look excessive, but it really just be ineffective, right? Was your spray effective?
No.
All right. So your spray was ineffective. You sprayed it 3 times, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're spraying, that spray goes into that whole area, right?
Yes.
And so simultaneously with you spraying, Tyre Bean is in the radius of that spray, right?
Yeah.
But when you sprayed him, and to be fair, you're a little bit bigger than Mr. Bean, right?
Yes.
Mr. Bean's hands are on the suspect at that time. correct?
Correct.
Mr. Bean had just been on a dead sprint. Was he jogging to Mr. Nichols?
No, he ran.
He's on a dead sprint. Does that equipment weigh pretty good deal of weight?
Yes.
I say 30, 40 pounds. Is that about right? All the equipment included?
Yes.
So he gets out at night, runs towards Mr. Nichols. And according to you, Mr. Nichols does not at any point comply with the request.
Right.
And although there was a discourse at the previous trial, there wasn't as much here, but I want to be clear. Your use of the word fighting does not necessarily mean, hey, Mr. Nichols got up and started swinging and ducking and all that, right?
Right.
Your use of the term fighting is fighting, resisting. Co-exchangeable words in Memphis police lingo, right?
Yes.
And so at that point, he's still fighting. He's sprayed and he is still trying to be hands-on with it, correct? And when I say he, I mean Tyre Bean gets sprayed by the spray that you're spraying in that area, right?
You're right.
And he's still holding on to this suspect. Am I right?
Right.
Now, while he's holding on to the suspect, you are panting and can't catch your breath right. True or false?
True.
All right. And you said that you were aggravated, right?
Right.
Right. Now, did you at any point look at Darius and say, hey, I'm going to hit his ass with this baton because I'm mad?
No.
In fact, if you were wanting to do the most damage with the baton, would you hit him in the head or would you hit him like you were trained in the academy on his arms?
To do the most damage?
To do the most harm to Mr. Nichols. Where would you hit him at?
In the head.
Right. Now, both Mr. Smith and Mr. Bean gave you a clear shot to the arms, right?
Yes.
You said clear, as a matter of fact, right?
No, I didn't say clear.
You didn't say clear or get up?
I think I said, I didn't say move or get away.
Okay. And then you said, I'm going to baton the fuck out of you to Mr. Tyre Nichols, right?
Right.
Now, in the academy, they teach you a concept called verbal judo, right?
Right.
You are supposed to use language different than when you're deacon out on hands crossed, right?
Not a deacon.
You never been, well, church out on hands crossed according to your stuff before, right? All right.
Okay, yeah. No.
In other words, you wouldn't tell anybody in Sunday school. I wouldn't tell anybody in Sunday school. It was a fair conversation. I'm trying to fuck at you, right?
Right.
So, but when you're out there in that type of environment with a person who's fighting with you, verbal judo is not something that's odd, right?
Correct.
Because had you said, I'm gonna baton the fuck out of you, and had Mr. Nichols at that point said, just arrest me, just put my hands in cuffs, do you think, based on the atmosphere at that time, that you had the ability to stop yourself from batoning it?
Yes.
Okay. So even though you're angry and agitated, had the hands been given, I give up, put my hands behind my back, you had the ability to stop it. And I think based on each of these statements before, you would have, right?
That didn't happen, though.
I know it didn't happen. If it would have happened, could you have stopped yourself? Yes or no?
If I would have said, I'm going to F baton you, and he would have put his hands behind the back, then it would stop.
Right. That's all I'm saying. But the only person who knows what your frame of mind is at that point is who?
Me.
Right. So there's no conversations about I'm mad versus the fact that I'm using the use of force continuum and applying force as I have been trained. Mr. Bean does not have that conversation with you, correct?
No conversation.
All right. Mr. Bean didn't say, hey, instead of hitting him on the arm 3 times, like you're trained and like you're supposed to, hit him in the head. Did he say that?
No.
All right. In fact, he cleared so you can have a clear shot to the arms, correct?
Correct.
And you hit him 3 times. Is there a reason why you hit him 3 times and then put the baton back together?
I was finished with the baton.
I understand that, but is there a key to it being 3 times versus 10?
No key to it.
Is there training regarding how many times you're supposed to use a baton in that situation?
I believe I believe it's maximum force. So maximum force would be 1 blow, 1 strike.
Is that something you developed once you were talking with DOJ?
No.
Did your understanding
No.
had some training because you flipped it out there spot on, right?
Yeah. Academy.
And maximum force, right?
Right.
I'm gonna let you look through this. May I approach? Yes, sir. This will provide it. You know what that is? What you were just handed?
It's the MPD ass baton policy.
Had you ever seen that before?
Yes.
And in order to use the aspeton, are you supposed to be familiar with that policy?
Yes.
You want to look through that policy? You just look through it for a minute. Have a chance to go through it.
The whole thing, what the whole thing?
I mean, just looking through it. I don't want to, in other words, ambush you some questions that you haven't had a chance to look at. And it's only a 20-page policy. Now, is that the policy that they show you all, like in that 8-hour class you have to take for the use of the aspeton?
Yes.
And is it like on a projector and they talk to you about the policy?
Yes.
Okay. And is it the suggestion or recommendation that you use it more than 3 times on a suspect?
Doesn't give a. It was never said.
No set time, right?
Correct.
So you administered 3 strikes, right?
Yeah.
And you administered 3 strikes under your understanding of that policy. Is there anything that I have changed about what I just handed you as a booklet? That's the reason I wanted you to look at it as well. See if there's anything that's in there that, hey, this is John Perry handiwork or something.
I wouldn't know without original copy, so.
Okay, that's fair. Is that, I'll tell you, I'll give it back. Are you familiar with the policy? This was handed to us through the discovery process. does it look like anything different than what you've seen in the past?
No.
And it seems to be consistent, right?
Right.
Does it suggest that you hit him upside the head with the aspartame?
No.
Why does it not say that you should hit this person upside the head with an aspartame?
Just saw it said that would be deadly force.
It talks about the fact that it's not intended to cause to inflict and by pain compliance, are you just picking people off the street and saying, hey, I'm gonna use my aspartame on you?
No.
This is after you have created a presence, right?
Yes.
On that particular evening, it was after you saw verbal commands, correct?
Correct.
It was after you had deployed a chemical agent, correct?
Correct.
Now, these steps are going relatively fast, right? Of situations that can go on. Life or death on the streets that you're doing as a member of a CAT team, or at this time, Scorpion unit can change from dangerous to deadly in a split second, right?
Yes.
You've been shot at, right?
Yes.
You've been in shootouts, right?
No.
You haven't been in a shootout, but you've been shot at.
Yes.
Okay. And that, I would guess, is a dangerous situation, right?
Yes.
This particular situation, you didn't pull your firearm, did you?
No.
Order anybody else to pull a firearm, did you?
No.
In fact, no firearms were pulled at all, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
The maximum force eliminates the need for multiple strikes, decreases the need to escalate in force, and it shortens the time span of the confrontation. Can you tell me your understanding of
Hit as hard as you can. First time.
because it's expected to
Make the person stop.
all right. Now, you hit him as hard as you could, right?
No.
But you hit him, right?
Yes.
And that's interesting. You didn't hit him as hard as you could, correct?
Correct.
You used it and then you put it up, right?
Right.
So you weren't trying to kill it, right?
Right.
And nobody out there was saying that we should try to kill this, right?
Right.
In fact, unlike if it was a shooting, person that shot at you, it hit you, could kill you, right?
Right.
No questions asked. It could have. I'm not saying it did, but it could have killed you, right?
Right.
So in other words, what you were using at that particular point in time was not deadly force, was it?
Nope.
Yes, speak up.
No, it's not deadly
All
force.
right. Did you hit the downward 45-degree angle?
Did I hit him at a 45-degree angle?
Right.
Or do you mean that swing at a 45?
You swing it at a 45.
I swing how supposed to be swung.
That's how they train, right?
Yes.
And did you try to hit one of the areas? Which one?
Between the radial nerve and the median nerve.
Might be one person trained medically, but I'm not. Tell me where that is.
It says the radial nerve is above wrist and median nerve is top of forearm.
All right. So you hit, in other words, either from right here to right here, right?
Yeah, so the right arm.
Okay. And that's the only place you hit.
Yes.
Didn't strike in the head, right?
Did not.
Didn't try to hit him in the groin area or something that was going to possibly injure him, in other words.
Did not.
All right. And so on that particular evening, you at that time, and I think it's been consistent, that there was not a plan to take something like robbing this guy or something like that, right?
Right.
There's no plan to in any way take away his freedom from him, called out for ransom or something else, correct? Or to take him from one location to another for some illegal reason. Am I right?
Right.
And you were acting under color of law because you were a sworn officer, and to your knowledge, Mr. Bean was a sworn officer as well, right?
Right.
And to your understanding, the call out that the person had been tased, pepper sprayed is indicative that.
Right.
Now, at the time you changed your plea, you didn't have any knowledge about what was in his car, right?
Right.
This was before you decided to cooperate and all that stuff, well before you would have known anything about anything subsequently found in that vehicle, right?
Yeah, I didn't know nothing.
Right. And you didn't know anything about either substances or anything that didn't belong to him in that vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
But you changed your plea sometime after your Inspectional Services Bureau and before the grand jury. In other words, when the federal grand jury came, you had already agreed to cooperate, right?
I don't remember when that change happened.
Okay. But you did meeting and giving 302s along the way. 302s being when you meet with somebody from the Department of Justice or FBI, etc. Right?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Hagerman asked you yesterday about how long you met with him, and he said, I think about 2 hours total, right?
Yes, sir.
Man, it's hot in here, and I'm getting older, and so forgive me. He asked you this morning, how long did you meet with him? And he said about 2 hours, right?
No.
How long?
I said maybe an hour.
Maybe an hour total, right?
Yes.
In preparation for this.
Correct.
Now that's in stark contrast with how long and how many times you met with DOJ, right? You gotta speak up.
I guess so.
No, you can't guess it.
Oh, yes.
All right. You met with DOJ so many times that at the trial in the fall, you didn't even remember how many times you met with him. Remember that? I don't know. But a lot. That was your answer. You
Yes.
remember that?
Yes.
And you met with them, and your truth kept changing somewhat. The details kept changing. When you met with ISB, when you talked with ISB, you were asked about how many times you struck. Well, this is back in January 11th. Remember being asked, and how do you know it was ineffective? And I imagine talking about the spray. I'll go back to the question. So did you notice if the chemical agent took any effect on Mr. Nichols? You remember what your answer was?
No, I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. If I say it was ineffective, is that what you told ISB back then? You can get page 5 out of 21.
So I said it was ineffective.
Right. That the spray.
Yes, spray was ineffective.
And in other words, when you're talking to them, you indicated the fact that when you used the spray 3 times, it had no effect on Mr. Nichols, right?
Right.
And it's consistent with today. Now, you remember when you were talking with DOJ saying stuff like, you don't know the effects of it and all of that?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. But so we're good on the fact that it was ineffective.
Yes.
And we're good on the fact that you properly used your aspartame, right?
No.
All right. what's a continuing cooperation agreement? Do you know?
No.
Do you know whether or not you would get credit for speaking over here when you go for your sentencing hearing across the street in a few months?
Possibly, maybe.
Possibly, maybe. In other words, you expect it, right?
Yes.
All right. So back to the question, when you say, I today think that I didn't properly use my aspartame, it changed somewhat from when you were talking to ISB back on January 11th, 2023. Because then you were definitively positive that you properly use your aspartame.
I mean, you asked me last time, I told you, because you asked me why it wasn't properly used, it's because Mr. Nichols wasn't actively resisting.
I wouldn't have asked you why. I would have told you why in my question. Because I would have had the ability to look at what your answer was right there. You indicated a why. You said because what you just said then. Say it again.
Because he wasn't actively resisting.
Right. In your statement, you actually used the term prior to anybody defining it for you as active resistance. When you were talking with ISD, you said he was actively resisting, right?
That's right. And
at that point, when you're given that statement, you weren't sitting up in a room full of 3 FBI agents, 4 Christian at the table telling me how stupid you were going to not change story. You didn't have from recruiting actually what was said, and you didn't have 3 other attorneys from the local AUSA office saying what would happen to you if you didn't cooperate as a witness against Tadarius Bean. You didn't have that at that time, right? When you're at ISB, you had a few asked questions about what
He's
happened.
asked a question. Mr. Bean actually started to answer, and then he just went into another question loudly, not even giving Mr. Bean a chance.
It wouldn't be allowed to answer.
I would, Mr. Mills.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills, you changed your answer about active resistance after you initially said what active resistance was in your statement, right?
yeah,
Okay. Now, active resistance does not have to be punching, does it?
no,
Does active resistance have to be kicking a person?
it's the best way I can explain it. Passive resistance would be someone like laying there and not cooperating. Active resistance will be someone punching, kicking, doing that type of thing.
You saw the video earlier, right?
Yes.
You saw, and you've been asked questions about it multiple times in different hearings, that Mr. Nichols' legs were kicking while he's on the ground, right?
And this video today,
In the video today.
I don't remember seeing that.
Everybody won video. We're gonna watch it. But instead of watching it at full speed, we're gonna watch it at half speed. We can have audio. Well, I'll tell you what, the audio is gonna be, you can turn the audio down. Is that you driving?
Looks like it.
And for the sake of the record, this is being played right now at half speed. Now stop. A few moments ago, I asked you about kicking. Did you see his legs kick at time mark 20 and 33 flat on the dot?
No, I didn't see him stand inside kick office.
Correct. I didn't ask you that. I said, did you see his legs kicking at 20 and 33? Yes or no?
I did? No, I didn't see him kick. Talking about right here?
Right there, stop. Did you see his legs kicking at that time? Yes or no? At 20, 33, and 10 seconds.
Yes.
All right.
He went up.
We're going to come back to the video, but you cut the lights on that. Now, when you talk to ISB, you never said, I saw Tyre Nichols kick an officer. And that was not my question. But you saw his legs kicking, which is different than passive resistance. Yes or no?
Yes, that's different.
Right. Passive resistance. If, as an officer, you're trying to get me to stand back on the scene, murder scene. Man, that's my brother. That's my brother. And you say, step back, sir. We're trying to process the scene. Step back, sir. Or is that passive?
Passive.
Right. And then you say, John Perry, I told you to get 10 steps back. And I say no. And at that point you say, and I say, hey man, active or passive?
That's what do you do next after that?
No,
That's
what I just did, active or passive?
I'll be borderline active.
And we ain't in a courtroom on that video, right? Yes or no?
Say it one more time.
I said right now, when I did that just then, use some judgment, right? You said that'd be more active, right?
Yes.
But right then, have I walked through a metal detector today?
I don't know.
Did you walk through a metal detector today?
Yes.
All right, and I came through the same metal detector that you did. So you know I'm patted down, right? We got a good faith belief I don't have a pistol or something, right?
Right.
Had you patted down Tyre Nichols at that point?
No.
And had you seen anybody else pat down Tyre Nichols at that point?
No.
So the fact that he's actively resisting right there is based on your judgment on a 45-degree outside night where it's wet outside and after you've sprinted 80 yards to get it, correct?
Correct.
And right then you thought it was active resistance when he's kicking in the air and moving his arms around and standing himself up and walking around. You said it clearly to ISB, that's active resistance, right?
Right.
All right. You were asked questions about a duty to intervene earlier, right?
Right.
And when you were asked questions about duty to intervene, was the policy read to you so that you could answer it based on the policy in front of you?
No.
All right. And have you had a chance to look at the policy in your preparation for today?
No.
But previously you've had a chance to look at the policy, right?
I can't recall.
Now approach. Yes, sir. You see it?
Yes.
And you see the word reasonable in that.
Yes.
All right. And it's just a line. Can you read me that policy?
Any member who directly observes another member engage in dangerous or criminal conduct or abuse of a subject shall take reasonable action to intervene. A member shall immediately report to the department any violation of policies and regulations or any other improper conduct which is contrary to the policy or order or directives of the department. For sworn employees, this reporting requirement also applies to allegations of use of force not yet reported.
Okay. And your reading of that, it says it shall take reasonable action, right?
Yeah.
And at that particular night, and you said eventually at the previous trial, if you got one handcuff on a person and one hand free, is that person still in danger?
Yes.
And if you're holding on to the free hand so that the person who's holding on to the cuffed hand cannot get punched in the face, so that he'll release the cuffed hand, that is a reasonable action to hold on to that hand, right?
Yes.
It's also reasonable if a person is holding on to that person to have an expectation that you're going to try to get this person down by most means that you can. Right?
Yes.
Because if you don't get that person handcuffed, is the attempt to arrest complete. The person needs to be a danger.
Yes.
And you said it before better than I can. It ought to be handcuffed.
Yes.
And its conditions being difficult, it's even more difficult if you have he's resisting you, right?
Right.
You seemed a little bit tired, right?
Right.
And you had the chance to take a few breaks, right? In other words, out of 3 minutes during the time that they're wrestling with this person and trying to get his hands in handcuffs and all of that, you were walking away trying to get your eyes together and your breath together, right?
Right.
And during that same period of time, Mr. Bean is still trying to put handcuffs on this person, right?
Right.
And the person is not giving his hands up to be handcuffed during that time frame, is he?
Right.
And so takes us into a person that I haven't asked a lot about, Emmett Martin. Did anybody tell you that night that Emmett Martin is dangerous to be with on this team?
No.
Did you have conversation with Emmett Martin about the fact that he felt homicidal?
No.
Did you have conversation telling you that Emmett Martin should not be on duty because he was having mental health issues?
I only found out all that stuff from the last trial.
Right. So, in other words, January 7th, 2023, 6 o'clock, you meet at Flickr, right?
Yes.
Nobody briefs you on the fact that, hey, man, one member on your team feels homicidal. Nobody looked you in the eye and said that, did they?
No.
Nobody had a sub meeting, or in other words, 4 of y'all get together and say, hey, guys, we got to look out because Emmett Martin's going to feel a little bit off tonight. Anybody say that?
There was we did know he wasn't feeling himself, but we didn't know particular that it was any mental issues.
Did you know he was going to pull Tyre Nichols over?
No.
Did you know that when he got to the scene and y'all were struggling with Tyre Nichols, that within a 12-second period, he was going to hit him 3 times?
No.
And did you know the force for which he was going to hit the person while he's holding on to him?
No.
Would that have been something pretty good for him to have told y'all if you're going to struggle with him on a rainy, slippery street in the middle of January?
Yes.
That would have been some helpful information, right?
Yes.
Because while you're coughing and phlegming and spitting and getting your breathing together and your eyes burning, you could have told your co-officers, hey, guys, watch out for what Emmett Martin might do while you're holding him, right?
All right.
And you never testified to the fact that you thought they were holding him so that he could get hit, right?
No.
Right. In other words, and I want to be clear on this point, you don't have anything to offer this jury about the fact that you think that these 2 men were trying to hold him up to get hit.
Well, this requires speculation with regard to the middle school.
No.
I mean, he can give his, if he knows, I'll allow him to answer the question.
And with that, could Mr. Perry identify the 2 men he's talking about?
If you can just rephrase it.
Yes. To Darius Bean, Justin Smith. Y'all stand up. One has one's arm.
So you can answer the question.
Yeah.
The question
Yeah.
you asked.
I've asked him to rephrase the question, so I'm gonna allow him to rephrase the question.
To my right is who? This is my right hand. Who is it? This?
Smith. Smith.
All right. To my left is who?
Bean.
All right. On that night, you just described the fact that they were in a struggle with Tyre Nichols, correct?
Yes.
And while they're struggling with Tyre Nichols, was he given his hands to be arrested?
No. No.
Okay. While they are holding him and trying to put him in different directions, did they have any knowledge that you are aware of that Emmett Martin was going to hit him?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. And there's no way that they could tell that Emmett Martin was going to try to hit him and hurt him or anything like that, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. And it seemed, even based off of today, 2 years later, that they're holding him, trying to get him into custody. That's it. Right?
Right.
Matter of fact, today, you phrased it better than I could through a question. You asked Martin, how did we even get here? Right?
Yes.
How did we get to the point of arresting this man? Correct?
Yes.
You only knew about the call out. Correct?
Correct.
So there could not have been a plan to try to kill him. Right?
Right.
And there could not have been a plan to try to kidnap him. Correct?
Correct.
There definitely was no plan to try to hurt him based on what you said. No plan to injure at all. Right?
Right.
And there also, you've heard of officers robbing people, right?
Yes.
You've heard of officers doing stuff, taking money and escorting dope boys, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was there any of that type of stuff going on?
No.
Nobody under a plan to use your job or your badge inappropriately whatsoever, right?
Repeat that question.
You were not a part of a plan and had no information that these men had any sort of a plan to misuse your badge, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We want to just take a very brief recess. If I can have the jury set up. as they were walking out, they had asked if we could just have who they were. So Mr. Leffler, when you go through your questions, if you can just reintroduce.
Sure. I mean, that's fine. They want to know. Is that
Right, they
Okay.
just wanted to know who the individual, they couldn't remember who they were.
Okay.
Well, he had finished his cross, and so I just,
Yeah.
I thought you were up next, so.
Either way, you just say, and they say, you know, family.
Right, so you just, we'll just do each of the defendants, just so I can. All three. All three, do all three. All right. All right, we can go ahead and bring him.
Jurors may enter in the courtroom, Your Honor.
It appears there may have been a question, and I know, while Mr. Perry was doing his cross-examination, he had a couple of the defendants stand up. I'm just going to go through with the defendants. If I can have Mr. Smith, if I can have you stand. This is Mr. Justin Smith. Thanks, sir. You can have a seat. Next to him, Mr. Bean, if you can stand. This is Mr. Tadarius Bean. Thanks, sir. You can sit down. And Mr. Haley. This is Mr. Demetrius Haley. All right, Mr. Stengel, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mills, Mike Stein, Demetrius.
Good afternoon.
You started by telling this jury that you spent maybe an hour with Mr. Hagerman before your testimony today, correct?
Correct.
However, you have spent several hours with other members of the district attorney's office, correct?
Correct.
And that's including Ms. Headley here, correct?
I believe she's there a few times.
Okay, you met with her on multiple occasions, correct?
Correct.
And you spent many hours meeting with federal prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And federal agents, FBI agents, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes TBI agents were there, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes you were meeting with prosecutors, both federal and state prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And you have been interviewed by law enforcement and prosecutors many times since January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And all of those meetings with prosecutors or law enforcement officers were after you signed a proffer agreement, correct? Let me ask it this way.
Yeah.
Prior to you being interviewed by any prosecutor or agent, you met with your lawyer, Mr. Ballin, correct?
Correct.
And you and Mr. Ballin signed written agreements before any interviews, correct?
Correct.
And the essence of those agreements was that they couldn't use what you told them against you if it was determined to be truthful, correct?
I believe so. That works.
I'm going to pass you two documents and ask if you recognize them. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, I signed it.
And you signed both of them, correct?
Yes.
And you signed them on January 20th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And that, it was after that that you had your first meeting with prosecutors and agents, correct?
Yeah, I think this was the first meeting.
Okay. You signed those at that first meeting, the beginning of that first meeting, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be marked the next two numbered exhibits.
We will show the proper, two-page proper agreement with the Shelby County DA's office as exhibit 12. And we will show the three-page proper agreement with the Department of Justice as exhibit 13.
So your first meeting cooperating with law enforcement was January 20th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
Which would have been not quite 2 weeks after your encounter with Tyre Nichols on January 7th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, that occurred before you were charged with any crime in connection with your encounter with Mr. Nichols, correct?
I don't remember the day the charges came. I don't-
It was certainly before any federal, the state charges came several months before the federal charges, correct?
Yes.
And it was certainly before the federal charges, correct?
Yes.
You just don't recall whether you had been charged with murder, kidnapping, aggravated assault, oppression, and misconduct yet, correct?
Correct.
You were talking about EMTs and paramedics earlier today on direct. You recall that?
Yes.
What's the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
I have no idea.
You were calling all of the fire department personnel that you saw at Castlegate and Bear Creek paramedics, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what a paramedic is?
No.
And were you using that as a generic term?
Yes.
Okay. Generic Memphis Fire Department medical personnel, correct?
Correct.
Now, we saw earlier that there was a picture of you and other Scorpion officers taken on January 8th at the office at Flickr, correct?
Yes.
There's been some discussion about Flickr. Is that the who took those pictures? Security squad or TBI?
I think
Pictures of you taken that night. recognize those pictures, Mr. Mills? What are those pictures of?
Me and my equipment I had on.
And that's you and the equipment you had on when you encountered Mr. Nichols at Castlegate and Bear Creek, January 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And those pictures were taken before your shift was over by TBI, correct?
Correct.
Ron, I asked that we mark the next number exhibit collectively.
Show the 6 photos of Mr. Mills as exhibit 4.
Ms. Mills, when you were at the academy, part of your training was proper use of force, correct?
Correct.
And you learned about the Memphis Police Department force continuum policy, correct?
Correct.
And it had 7 levels, correct?
I don't remember it. If I see it, I can tell you.
Okay,
It's been a while.
I'm going to document that.
Okay, 7.
Do you recognize those 2 pages as part of the Memphis Police Department policy and procedures that were in effect and governed your conduct and all police officers in January of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that be marked the next number of exhibit before I forget.
We'll show the 2-page policy in response to resistance as exhibit 15.
If you would tell this jury, starting from the lowest level to the highest level, what the police department's use of force continuum is.
Correct. Level 1, physical presence. Level 2, verbal warnings. Level 3, verbal commands. Level 4, chemical agents. Level 5, empty hands control, soft and hard. Level 6, impact weapons, less lethal weapons, MPD K9, and level 7, deadly force.
Okay. Am I correct that an asp baton is an impact weapon?
Yes, it is.
So it would fall at level 6 on that continuum, correct?
Yes.
The level immediately below deadly force.
Yes.
Okay. And what level is empty hands control?
5.
Okay, so below the impact weapons is empty hands control, correct?
Correct.
And there's 2 categories of empty hand, soft and hard, correct?
It's right here.
Okay, if you would read hard empty hands control techniques from the manual.
Hard empty hand techniques. This subcategory includes kicks, punches, or other striking techniques such as brachial stun or other strikes to key motor points that have moderate chance of injury.
And those are techniques that were trained at the academy, correct?
Correct.
And approved for use by Memphis police officers on duty in the correct situation.
Yes.
Soft hands control. What is it?
Soft, empty hand techniques. This subcategory includes escort controls, touch pressure points, wrist or arm locks, and takedown techniques that have a minimum chance of injury.
Again, taught at the academy, correct?
Correct.
Approved for use by Memphis police officers on duty
Correct.
in the correct situation.
Yes.
Soft hands control would include getting somebody out of the car.
Yes.
Okay. You've seen video of Tyre Nichols being removed from the car
Yes.
at Ross and Reigns, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't there, correct?
Correct.
So your only knowledge of it is after January 7th, 2023, you've seen that video lots of times, correct?
Correct.
And that's soft hands control getting him out of the car, correct?
Correct.
And soft hands control, according to policy, includes taking him to the ground in the appropriate situation.
Correct.
Now, you were on Scorpion Team 1, January 7th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you've been with that unit since its creation by the chief of police, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were with its predecessor before Scorpion was created, the CAT team, Criminal Apprehension Team.
Correct.
And on January 7th, 2023, two-man car with B, correct?
Yes. Correct.
You're driving, he's in passenger seat.
Correct.
And that's when you hear call out over the Scorpion channel, got a man running in pepper spray tased, running southbound on Ross, correct?
I think it was just a general precinct channel, but that's what I heard.
Okay, dispatch
Yeah. It was
put it out to everybody in the area, correct?
no, the officer, we were using the precinct's radio frequency, not a private one.
Okay. So as a Scorpion officer, you had the ability to switch between whatever precinct you're in at that time or your encrypted channel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you believe that it was over the precinct channel that you heard the call?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you're somewhere Kirby Meadows, a couple of miles away, with being you had somebody you intended to arrest in the backseat of the car.
Correct.
You let him out, let him on his way, and you and Bean responded to this call out, correct?
Correct.
And that was proper policing following your training.
Correct.
Officer needs help, suspect running, been pepper sprayed and tased, tells you there's been a fight with an officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were trained to respond to something like that. Help your fellow officer, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you did.
Correct.
Followed your training at that moment.
At that moment.
And at that moment, following your training was good policing.
Correct.
Within a few minutes, you're driving, you get to Ross Road, correct?
Correct.
And first you drive through the neighborhood a little bit.
Yes.
And neighborhood off of Ross, correct?
Correct.
And you're south of Rains, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You never went north of Rains on Ross as part of responding to this call.
I don't believe so.
Okay. After all, the call was running southbound on Ross from Rains, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you take a left turn off of Ross and drive through a neighborhood.
Yes.
You don't see anything that you connect with this suspect you're looking for, correct?
Correct.
And neither does Pete.
Correct.
You end up back on Ross Road driving south, correct?
Yes.
And in your rear view mirror, you see somebody that meets the general description of the suspect walking southbound on Ross, wiping his face, correct?
Yes.
And you make a U-turn.
Correct.
With that U-turn, you're on Ross, now facing north, just north of what turns out to be Castlegate Lane, correct?
Yes.
Windows rolled down. The windows were initially up because it was chilly out, right?
All right.
Windows rolled down, some combination of you and being, hey, to the guy you'd seen in the rearview mirror, correct?
Correct.
And he takes off running.
Yes.
Bean pops out of the car, takes off running after him.
Yes.
You park the car, get out, go back, lock the car, and take off running.
Yes.
You end up going up Castlegate Lane, correct?
Yes.
You're not sure where you are. Somebody's out on the street in the yard, whether it's their yard or not. Somebody's in the yard. What street is this? What street is this? You're asking them, correct?
Yes.
And you get on the radio. You learn it's Castlegate Lane. You get on the radio, you tell dispatch, we've got him. We're chasing him on foot, Ross and Castlegate. Correct?
Correct.
And again, you're engaged in good policing at this point.
Yes.
Responding to a call for a suspect who's fled from officers at Ross and Rains, correct?
Yes.
And now he's fled from you and Bean at Ross and Castlegate.
Correct.
You get roughly a block up Castlegate is Bear Creek.
Yes.
You get there, Smith, Bean, and this person who's run from you and Bean are on the ground. Correct?
Yes.
And at that point, good policing is detaining this person, correct?
Yes.
You had a lawful basis to detain him.
Yes.
Right as you arrive, you sprayed. Very shortly after, you sprayed, correct?
Yes.
You sprayed twice, correct? The first two times you sprayed, you said the spray was ineffective, correct?
Correct.
And at about that time, Emmett Martin from Scorpion One arrives, correct?
Correct.
He arrived before you sprayed the third time, correct?
Correct.
Because as a matter of fact, he was impacted somewhat when you sprayed yourself, correct?
Yes, I learned that when I watched the video.
Okay. So you didn't notice that when you were on the scene?
No.
Okay. Third time you sprayed, you got yourself, correct?
Correct.
And it was effective, wasn't it?
Effective on me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Caused your eyes to burn, face to burn, difficulty breathing, correct?
Yes.
And over the next several minutes, I think you testified, it would reactivate, it would sort of flare up,
Yes.
okay? And that's something you were trained in the academy would happen with pepper spray, correct?
Yes.
Smith and Bean were the first two officers to encounter Nichols at Castlegate and Bear Creek, correct?
Yes.
You were the third one.
Yes.
When you got there, you used pepper spray 3 times, correct?
Yes.
You used your baton on his arm, correct?
Yes.
Martin was the 4th officer there, correct?
Yes.
And twice he kicked Mr. Nichols in the head when he got there, correct?
Yes, I learned from the video.
You learned that when you watched the video, correct?
Yes.
You were unaware of that at the time you were at Castlegate and Bear Creek, right?
Correct.
You couldn't intervene in his first 2 kicks, could you?
No,
Why not?
I didn't know about it.
So it's not reasonable to intervene if you don't know there's something to intervene about, correct?
Correct.
And it's not reasonable to expect intervention if you're not there, correct?
Correct.
Now, after your use of the baton, while you were at Castlegate and Bear Creek, you are aware that Martin punches Mr. Nichols in the head, correct?
Correct.
Some punches you heard and others you saw at the time, correct?
Correct.
And since then, you have seen the punches, all of the punches by Martin on video, correct?
Yes.
All of Martin's punches to Mr. Nichols' head occurred before Mr. Haley got to Castlegate and Bear Creek. Do you agree?
Yes.
When did you learn who at Castlegate and Bear Creek was?
You mean his name?
His name.
When everything was over? He was handcuffed?
After he was handcuffed,
When the paramedics went to see him?
when the medical people, Memphis Fire Department is there, his wallet is gotten by law enforcement in the fire department, correct?
Oh, I don't remember how.
But it's from his wallet that people learned his name on the scene, correct?
Okay. I don't know how they got it, but I don't know how it was received, but I got information that it was Tyre Nichols.
Was there any plan before the traffic stop at Ralston Reigns that you're aware of to find, detain, and injure a Tyre Nichols?
No.
To your knowledge, did any members of the Scorpion team have knowledge of who was driving the blue Nissan Sentra that was stopped at Ralston Reigns before he was handcuffed and detained at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
Not to my knowledge.
At some point, your lieutenant, your immediate supervisor, Lieutenant Dwayne Smith, arrived, correct?
Yes.
And you and Lieutenant Dwayne Smith walked from Castlegate and Bear Creek to Nichols's house, correct?
Yes.
Lieutenant Smith knocked on the door and spoke to the people who answered, correct?
Yes.
You stood back somewhat, but had your body worn camera running, correct?
Yes.
And that was the purpose of you going with him, correct?
Yes.
Initially, the people who answered the door denied knowing who Tyre Nichols was, correct?
Yes.
And after being told he was under arrest, the man and woman identified themselves as his mother and father, correct?
I'm trying to remember how it played out. Hold on.
Would watching the video help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That's attorney's report.
Could play a portion of your body worn camera.
Okay.
And then ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
Thank you, Rebecca. I think we can get you healthy.
Memphis police. Hey, I know. All right, let's just get the phone spot. That's you take the tape. You think for the Tyre Nichols? Okay. You not guess how long you been living here? Oh, okay. All right. We got a the reason I'm asking, we got this guy, he's custody. And he shows you the answer to that. I guess he's supposed to be supposed to. Oh, you doing? Okay, I thought you said it. Y'all friends up with y'all. What's your name, man?
fancy a little revenge. I get a little revenge and have them do the timestamp.
Yes.
Come on, I'll withdraw that.
It started at 20:57:35 and it ended at 20:57:33. That was on Officer Mills's body worn camera. Now, on the evening of January 7th, 2023, after leaving the Wells's residence with your lieutenant, Lieutenant Dwayne Smith, you reported to him that you did everything by the book, correct?
Yes.
And when you made that statement, you were referring to your conduct and Memphis police officer Scorpion Team 1's conduct at Castlegate and Bear Creek, correct?
Did I say me or we did everything by the book?
We can speak up a little bit.
Did I say me or we did everything by the book? I don't remember what I said exactly. That's what I'm asking.
Well, they play a different section of this body worn camera. And this is your Mills's body worn camera beginning at 21:04:03. Was that your voice?
So that's my voice, yes.
The video ends at 21:04:08.
Yes, I said that.
So you said we did everything by the book, correct?
Yes.
What were you telling Lieutenant Dwayne Smith at that time?
That everything was okay, but I knew it wasn't.
Okay. When you were telling him everything was okay, as you sit here now, you're saying you lied to him, correct?
Correct.
But when you were telling him everything was okay on January 7th, 2023, what were you referring to? What was everything? It was your conduct at Castlegate and Bear Creek in dealing with Tyre Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And it was your fellow officers' conduct at Castlegate and Bear Creek dealing with Tyre Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And that covered all of the force. When you were talking about the entire interaction with Tyre Nichols at Castlegate and Bear Creek that evening, January 7th, 2023. And Mr. Haley was there arrived several minutes after you did, correct?
Yes.
He arrived after Mr. Nichols was initially engaged by Justin Smith and Kadarius Bean, correct?
Correct.
And he arrived after you got there, because you were the third officer, correct?
Correct.
And he arrived after you used the pepper spray all three times, correct?
Correct.
And he arrived after you used the asp baton, correct?
Correct.
And he arrived after Emmett Martin punched Nichols in the head 5 times, correct?
Correct.
And having seen video afterwards, he arrived after, as Mr. Hackerman says, Emmett Martin, soccer kicked him in the head and kicked him a second time, correct?
Correct.
You did not see Demetrius Haley use any force on Tyre Nichols at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Now, after these agreements with both state prosecutors and federal prosecutors to talk with them and cooperate, you met with them several times, correct?
Correct.
And over the next several months, from January of 2023, at first meeting, January 20th of 2023, until November 1st of 2023, you were charged here in state court in this case, correct?
Yes.
And then you were charged in federal court with 4 charges over there, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of all of these interviews, pursuant to these agreements, to cooperate with law enforcement, federal and state, anytime they ask, meet with them and talk, correct?
Correct.
You did work out 2 plea agreements, one for the federal case and one for the state case, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, in federal court, you have formally entered a guilty plea, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to approach your Honor. You recognize that document, correct?
Correct.
What is it?
It's a memorandum of plea agreement.
It's your written plea agreement over in federal court, correct?
Correct.
And you signed it, right?
Yes.
It's got your signature.
Yes.
And pursuant to that agreement, on November 2nd, 2023, you pled guilty to 2 charges in federal court, correct?
Correct.
And one charge that you pled guilty to was violating Tyre Nichols' civil rights resulting in his death, correct?
Correct.
Count 1 of the indictment.
Correct.
You pled guilty to that. And you also pled guilty to another count, essentially conspiracy to obstruct justice or cover it up, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
So the 3K of exhibit 16.
And that agreement, let me see if you agree with these parts of that agreement. Number 1, you agree to continue to cooperate with prosecutors, correct?
Yeah.
Both state prosecutors and federal prosecutors, correct?
Yes.
And you agree to testify if against Demetrius Haley and anybody else, if you're asked to, both in federal court and in state court, correct?
Yes.
And you did testify in federal court, correct?
Yes.
Spent 3 days on the stand,
Yes.
and count one, violating Tyre Nichols' civil rights resulting in his death that you pled guilty to carries up to life in prison, correct?
Yes.
And with that agreement, the federal government has said, agrees, that if they believe you told the truth, they will recommend a sentence of 15 years or less, correct?
Correct.
And you can ask for any sentence below 15 years.
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, they might recommend less than 15 years, correct?
Correct.
They haven't told you what they're going to recommend, have they?
No.
That's not going to be determined until after you testify in this case, correct?
Whenever I go to the sentencing hearing.
Okay. No parole in the federal system, correct?
I don't know.
You weren't told whether there's parole?
Can't recall.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when you pled guilty in federal court, being put under oath and asked questions by the judge?
Yes.
Do you recall being told what the possible penalty for your convictions pursuant to that plea agreement were?
Yes.
And you were told it could be up to life in prison, correct?
Correct.
And not more than up to a $250,000 fine, correct?
I don't remember.
You remember
Yeah.
that you faced up to life for violating his civil rights resulting in death.
Yes.
And you were courted and distinguished, so there's no getting out early, regardless of what the custodial sentence may be on parole.
So was said to be the yes, I heard.
You heard it.
Yes.
Now, as has been gone over earlier, that 15-year business is the federal prosecutor's commitment as far as a recommendation, correct?
They will not go over. Correct.
They'll recommend 15 years or less, depending on how they feel your testimony went, correct?
Correct.
And at the same time you were pleading guilty in federal court, you had reached an agreement with the Shelby County District Attorney's Office to plead guilty in this case, correct?
Correct.
And your memorandum of understanding is the written agreement you had with the state, correct?
Correct.
It's been made an exhibit here today, correct?
Yes.
If you need it to help answer questions, if you need to refer it, let me know, okay?
Okay.
Is it a fair assessment that once you're done with your cooperation, you'll be sentenced in federal court, correct?
Correct.
And the federal judge will determine the sentence after hearing from the federal prosecutors and your lawyer and you, correct?
Correct.
And then after you receive that sentence, you will come back to this court and plead guilty under this written agreement, correct?
Correct.
You don't even know what you're gonna plead guilty to yet, do you?
The charges, the criminal charges.
All of the criminal charges?
Don't know yet.
Okay, you don't know what you're gonna plead guilty to, right?
No.
But you're gonna plead guilty to something and get a sentence the same as the federal sentence, correct?
Correct.
And your state sentence will be the same as the federal sentence, right? That's your understanding.
Yes.
And your state sentence will be served at the same time as the federal sentence, correct?
Correct.
And it will be served in the Federal Bureau of Prisons or on federal probation, whatever the federal judge determines, correct?
Correct.
So every day of the federal sentence that goes by and you complete, you're completing a day of the state sentence, same day, correct?
Correct.
Serving two sentences at the same time, just like they were one, correct?
Correct.
So here in state court, you essentially get a pass on this case, correct?
No.
Well, how much more punishment do you get in the state case than the federal sentence?
More.
More charges, but not more time, correct?
Correct.
Federal prosecutor and the state prosecutor living up to these written agreements and making their recommendations depends on their satisfaction with your testimony in both cases, correct?
Correct.
Neither one has told you they've got any problem with your testimony over in federal court, correct?
I haven't spoken with them since.
Your lawyers never told you there's been a problem, correct?
Correct.
You have no indication that the feds are not satisfied and not going to live up to that recommendation of 15 years.
Correct.
I'm going to have a moment with my client, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is there anyone that needs a break? Everyone okay? All right, see you another.
Just briefly on. Mills, over the last however many years, we've seen each other in court quite a bit, gotten to know each other pretty well, and none of this is going to be a surprise for you because I've already asked you probably 90% of the questions that are going to be asked today. Okay? Okay. No trick questions. In fact, I'm probably going to bore everybody to tears and read from your earlier testimony. All right? You testified under oath, subject to perjury, and I cross-examined you, and you answered my questions, right?
Subject to perjury?
You were under oath
Yes.
when you testified, so therefore you'd be subject to perjury if you lied, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's no, like I said a moment ago, there are no trick questions here, okay?
Okay.
But you and I have already spent quite a bit of time together asking questions and answering questions. So I was just trying to give you a heads up to that, okay?
All right.
By the way, a little bit of housekeeping. You were asked by Mr. Stingle, would you like to see some videos in order to determine whether or not that refresh your recollection? The first question was about whether or not the family denied knowing Mr. Tyre Nichols. Then they played that video. But I did not hear Mr. Stingle ask you, does that refresh your recollection?
No, yes, it does.
Did it refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
And was Mr. Stingle's question correct? That is, initially they said they didn't know who he was.
Yes.
Okay. And secondly, you were asked whether or not you did everything by the book or we did everything by the book when you're talking to Lieutenant Smith. And again, he shows you video clips. So I'm formally asking you, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did you tell your lieutenant you did everything by the book?
Yes.
All right. Now, harken back to one time before when I examined you. We went through the internal affairs statement and then your agreement, your statements given to the FBI, and we went through all those statements. And at one point, I don't know if it was me that asked you, maybe one of the lawyers, but you said, hey, I lied. And then I asked you, why did you lie? And that was the IAB statement, the internal affairs statement that you gave. Do you remember me asking that?
I remember asking.
Let me see if this helps. And your answer was, with me, that's why you explained that why you had lied. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that still your position?
Yes.
Now, you may or may not recall from earlier report, I tend to do things in chapters. I try to keep myself organized. And so the first area that I'm going to be asking questions about are answers that you gave Mr. Heiderman during that examination. Okay? So I'm going to stick to that. I'm trying to focus on that first. Okay? Now, your memorandum of understanding agreement that you signed with District Attorney Mulroy said that you're going to cooperate, testify truthfully regarding the death of Tyre Nichols and its cover-up. Remember that phrase in there, cover-up. Mr. Hagerman read you the memorandum, and I heard him ask death. That calls for yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Justin Smith, stand up one more time, Justin. That man right there, you sit down. Justin, a couple years ago, many years ago, wrecked one of his cars. And then he was afraid to drive. He didn't like driving. And he knew you were a good driver. So you two rode together in a car for over 2 years, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you were a good driver and Justin was not that driver. Isn't that a fair statement?
Correct.
By the way, he told me something. Tell me if this is true. This is not from the trial. He said he used to make fun of him a little bit, poke at him a little bit about the fact that he was blind as a bat if he had his glasses off or it was nighttime. You used to kind of pick at him about how blind he was without his glasses. Do you recall that?
Yeah, you can't see.
Yeah, he's blind. You would agree he's blind as a bat without his glasses on, right?
Yes.
Now, you rode with Justin Smith for that 2-year period, 8 hours, at minimum, 8-hour shifts for 2 years. And remember, we spent a lot of to how you, but you are compassionate. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And would you still say that about Justin Smith, that he is a tough but compassionate cop?
Yes.
Is he brave? Was he brave? When you rode with him, was he brave?
Yes.
Was he honest?
Yes.
Was he honorable?
Yes.
Those are two different things, honest and honorable, right?
Yeah.
You knew him so well, you actually knew his wife. Did you not? You met his wife, and I mean, y'all didn't socialize about dance or anything, but you knew his wife.
I think we probably heard each other when talking on the phone.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you, sir. Now, going back to that memorandum of understanding about cover-up, in all the time you knew Justin Smith has never covered up a single thing in his career, has he?
Not that I know.
You're the only guy I've got on the stand, so I got to ask you.
Oh, I'm saying no, not that I know.
Thank you. In fact, you know of the Charles White incident, aren't you? Charles White incident. That ring a bell? You know who Charles White is? He was a white cop
Yes.
on Scorpion. Had some weird looking hairdo. Big old boy. White guy.
Yes.
Y'all had a juvenile in custody over there, Flicker Street. He was handcuffed. He was giving some lip to somebody. And Charles White slapped him across the mouth, didn't he?
Yes, I heard about it. I was all for it.
Right.
About that.
And what you heard about was a squad room full of officers.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mills he wasn't there for this?
It's his reputation testimony.
Well, I'll object to specific, we get a permit.
Based on that conference, I want to focus. OCU, big umbrella, Scorpion, 1, small team consisting of about 6 people on the team. Is that right?
10 maybe.
Okay. 6 to 8. But it's a fairly small type unit. Is that right?
Yes.
And Justin Smith had been in OCU and CAP with you from Left Entity, and Scorpion was renamed by CJ Davis for about 3 years. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that 3-year period of time, Justin Smith had a reputation within OCU and Scorpion. Is that right?
Yes.
And that reputation included that he would not tolerate abuse by a cop against a suspect. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that was borne out specifically because your agreement to cooperate is to about cover-ups. Part of that reputation is how he proved himself in the Charles White incident. He turned him in, didn't he?
I don't know who turned him in.
Okay, fair enough. I'll move on. Getting away from what Justin may or may not have done regarding Charles White. You were not present when Charles White supposedly did something?
Yeah, I was not there.
Move on. You talk about the Scorpion team mission being a quote, zero tolerance mission where MPD brass, I call it MPD brass, you know what I mean, right?
Yes.
MPD number crunchers would send you out into an area of Memphis that had a spike in criminal activity. And that would be drug dealing, murders, carjacking, that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
And you said that your mission was to make contact with people by way of traffic stops.
Yes.
It had to be a legitimate speeding stop or something. To make contact with them, because the goal was to get felons off the street, to get guns off the street. You said that, right?
Yeah.
And you said the word switches when we were talking, when Mr. Hager was asking a question. Some of these people may or may not know what a switch is. What is a switch?
I didn't say switches, but I know
Mr.
you're talking.
Hagerman did.
Oh, I didn't hear. I
Let
didn't
me
say.
put it another way. Was that one of the goals of the Scorpion team, was to get guns and switches off the streets
Guns, drugs, cars, seize cash.
and seize cash?
Yeah. That's probably what I said.
Huh?
I think that's probably what I said. Seize
Okay,
cash.
fair enough, because you're a low talker and I'm deaf. Okay? All right. And part of what you said was, you clarified that if you can make contact and you can find a felony amount of drugs in that car, you get to seize that car, you get to seize that cash, right?
Yes.
Even if that car is titled that man, if it's carrying drugs, MPD seizes it, right?
Correct.
Now, you weren't a policymaker of MPD, and that was the policy sent down there to you guys on the Scorpion team to make contact with these people for that purpose, right?
Yes.
So if somebody turned that using a signal, or they were speeding or running red lights, that was a reason for a Scorpion unmarked car to make a traffic stop. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
In fact, that's what y'all did.
Yes.
And you would go to hot spots where there were drug deals going on, gas stations or whatever, and you would, for lack of a better word, station yourself there, camp out there, looking for hand-to-hand drug transactions, and you would investigate it and attack that crime, right?
Yes.
All right. And as part of this, you went to a detective school in order to be for lack of a better word, an undercover detective with skills in narcotics, those kind of things. Is that right?
To be an OCU, yeah, tech school.
Right. To be an OCU, you went to be a tech or a detective
Yes.
in order to be skilled and qualified in recognizing those type things. Is that right?
Yes.
And in how many years were you in CAT team or OCU, Scorpion?
OCU over there. So
COVID-19, so it's 19.
2020, 2020, I guess.
Okay.
2019. So up until 2023.
So for a 3 or 4 year period, how many felony arrests that you don't have to be the one making it, but you assist somebody else sometimes making a felony arrest. Do you have any idea how many felony arrests that you made over that period of time?
A whole lot.
I know. And would it surprise you, and you can just tell me you agree or disagree, or my number's wrong, or my number's low, just ask, that Justin Smith and anyone who's been in OCU for a period of 3 or 4 years like you have made over 1,000 arrests, either directly or been involved as a secondary officer over that period of time.
That's accurate.
It's about one a day, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, of the number of arrests that you made or OCU members made, nearly 1,000 over three years, what percentage of those suspects had some form of hidden weapon on them? And by percentage, I'm talking about 40%, 70%. I'm just asking you, in your experience.
Hidden weapon. We dealing with Scorpion team. Let's say 89%.
Bingo. So out of 1,000 people that you and your teammates had to lay hands on and arrest, 800 to 900 of them had some form of hidden weapon either in their pocket or their waistband. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me? I think you agreed with me before that until a suspect is in handcuffs, nobody is safe. I think that's your words, isn't it?
Handcuff and search. No one safe.
Man, great. So not only are they handcuffed, then they have to be searched. And until then, no one is safe.
Correct.
more than one or two officers on the Scorpion team have gotten disciplined for handcuffing someone, obviously not doing a good job searching them, and a weapon is found inside the squad car later. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So until they're thoroughly searched and handcuffed, no one on that scene is safe. Is that right?
Yes.
I've seen your video and Bean's video hundreds of times, and I know you have to. Okay? And by the way, I think your agreement to cooperate with the federal government and state government came on January 20th. Guess that comes up again. Nichols died on the 10th. Your IAB was on the 11th. Does that sound right to you? January 11th?
Yeah.
And on the 20th is when you entered into those agreements. So you were cooperating as early as January 20th after Nichols' death, right?
Cooperating. Yes.
Okay, and you're here to tell the truth.
Yes.
So, back to what I was saying. I watched your videos. You're a big man, play football, right?
Yes.
Bean is a young man, big fellow, but a young man. And when y'all saw Nichols walking through, and we'll watch the video again, okay? Walking through that front yard after you've heard a description, and you said hey to him out your window, Nichols took off running, didn't he?
Yes.
At that point, Nichols would have just said, hey, you got me? I'm done. It would have been over, right?
Yes.
You've arrested over 1,000 felons, many of those fleeing felons, right? On foot. I watched one of them at Winchester Outland Road.
Yes. Yes.
Right. So they run from you,
Yes.
right? But when they don't run from you, they just get peacefully handcuffed, searched, and put in the car, right?
Yes.
Nichols took off down the street, that you weren't familiar with and Bean wasn't familiar with, right?
Right.
Dark, right?
Yes.
You knew that this suspect, who turned out to be Nichols, you knew that Nichols had been fighting with the police. Is that right?
Yes.
He'd been tased, he'd been sprayed, he was hot, he was running. Oh, is that active resistance fleeing?
Yes.
Okay. So he runs away from Bean. Bean tackles him. At that point, when Bean tackles him, no cop in Memphis knows if that suspect has a gun on him, right?
Right.
It didn't matter if we learned 4 years later that his mom lived down the corner, around the street, or anything else, because your job, Bean's job, to chase that suspect down, put him in handcuffs, search him, and find out why he was fighting those other cops. Is that right?
Right.
That's exactly what Bean did, right? He chased him down and caught him.
Yes.
You were surprised and shocked when you got up there. You thought you were just chasing Bean.
Yes.
You were surprised and shocked to see Justin Smith there, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, we'll hear more about what Justin was doing there. But when you got up there, Justin and Bean are crouched over approximately 90 degrees in a crouch, trying to get Nichols under control. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, originally, you had told the FBI, federal government, that Bean and Smith were punching Nichols. But then Mr. Perry took his video and he slowed it down kind of like half speed like he did today. He played it for you at trial, and you watched it, and you concluded that when you watch it in slow motion, Bean and Smith never touch Nichols' face. It's his hands that they're slapping, right? You've concluded that, haven't you?
Yes.
And that's the truth, isn't it?
No punch to the face.
You made an honest mistake when you said, hey, when I came up, they were punching him in the face. But then when you looked at it, you said, nope, they weren't punching him in the face.
Yes. When the camera slowed down, yeah, so
Yeah. And in fact, the whole time you were out there, Bean and Smith never touched Nichols in the face or head area, did they? That you saw.
no, that's no.
Okay. Now, we refer to things, we've been referring to things as pepper spray. That almost gives it a harmless kind of sound. I think police officers call it OC spray, right?
Yes.
And that OC, help me out, do me a favor. What's OC stand for?
I forgot the proper name, was an extremely hot pepper. I think.
Right, it's something capsium,
Yes,
Elysium capsium, something, right?
something very hot.
It's, people like me can't own it, and only cops can do it, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know.
You think I can buy
No, you
your
can't.
quality OC spray?
No, you can't.
Oh, you just thought I was a cop. No. Civilians cannot have OC spray, only a law enforcement officer, right?
Right.
In fact, if you use your OC spray, they take that can and they put it on a real microscopic scale and they weigh it to see how much OC spray you used on the suspect. No,
Yes,
that's how powerful it is, isn't it?
yes,
And when we went through training at the MPD Academy, they gave you one squirt in one eye. They let you close both eyes and cover one eye. And they squirted your eyelid, and then they tell you to open it. Isn't that what they do at the academy?
yes,
And just that one squirt, they didn't expect you to count how many fingers they're holding out. And then they expect you to go over and fight a rubber dummy filled with water, don't they?
yes,
That's called the bad Bob thing that everybody keeps throwing around, right?
yes,
With that one squirt, you are completely incapacitated. You cannot breathe. You cannot see. You're scared to death. Is that a fair statement?
yes, because it spreads all over the face.
Yeah. And the more you sweat, the more whatever, it gets in your eyes, it gets in your nose, you start shutting down, right?
Yes,
Pepper spray is considered a pain compliance technique to get a suspect to surrender, right?
yes,
Because if you shoot them with it or you spray them with it, they can't see, they can't breathe, and then you get those hands and you get them handcuffed, right?
right,
He was sprayed up at Ross and Rain, even though you weren't there, you heard about it. But then you personally sprayed Nichols 3 times, right?
right,
And it had no effect on him. Is that right?
right,
He simply took his hands and he wiped his face, didn't he?
yes.
As a trained narcotics detective, what does that indicate to you if pepper spray has no effect on a person?
Someone could be under the influence.
Under the influence of what?
Of drugs.
But it sure had an effect on every cop within arm's length, didn't it?
Yes,
You're not talking about this in trial. You about half freaked out, didn't you? You knew what had just hit you in the face, and you lost your composure. You
yes,
started to panic, right?
yes,
And I'm not saying that to shame you, okay? But you couldn't breathe, you couldn't see, and you had to take a 1.5-minute break from the action, didn't you?
yes,
You had to take off your boxing glove. You had to try to get your breath back, right?
yes.
What's Justin and Tadarius doing while you're over there getting your breath back?
It's still with Mr. Nichols.
Right. They got sprayed too, and they're still engaged with Nichols trying to get his hand behind his back, right?
Right.
They, as they taught you in the MPD Academy, they stayed in the fight. Is that right?
Yes,
And that pissed you off that those two guys stayed in the fight. You were kind of mad at yourself that you didn't, and you came over and you were going to stop that business, weren't you? You were going to stop Nichols from resisting, right?
yes,
You weren't going to kill him, but you're going to stop him from resisting. Is that right?
right,
Now, in a moment, my 63-year-old self is going to get down on this ground, okay? But before I do that, I want you to think something. When you came over to Nichols, you saw that he had balled his legs up underneath his butt, and he had his right arm extended, bracing himself, coming up off the ground when you came back over. Isn't that right?
yes,
And that's why you had to try to get that arm out from under him to get him back to the ground. That's why you whacked him as trained on his arm. Isn't that a fair statement?
You said the best. I hit him with the baton because I was angry that I sprayed myself.
I know, but remember we worked through that when somebody asked you, yeah, you were angry, but if he would have just said, hey, I'm done, you wouldn't just continue to beat him with the baton, you would have stopped as well. So I understand that you were angry, but you were still doing your job. Is that right?
Yes,
Because if Tyre Nichols gets up off that ground and he's not been searched, and 90% of your fleeing suspects are armed, it's about to get bad for the cops there on the scene, isn't it?
Yes.
Stutter, whatever. If he comes up off that ground, there's gonna be trouble, right?
Yes.
Now, you testify. Guess what? Because of your answer, I'm not gonna have to get on the ground. You saw that right arm bracing up, and that's where you hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, Justin had his left handcuff, he had his handcuff on Tyree's left wrist. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And you remember doing this in federal court. Would you mind coming down with your honor's permission? He's gonna come and he's. Come down just like we did in federal court, okay? And as I told you, federal court, I'm very old, try not to break any of my drill bones. With that left handcuff, or the handcuff, on my left wrist, and for a change, I have a key. Okay? Yeah, it doesn't want, so you just put them on any way you want to. Now, so the goal is, when you get that first handcuff, first hand handcuff, you've got to keep that hand controlled and get behind the back, don't you? Why is that?
Because you can punch the back end, you can use a weapon, you can use this and hit the other.
That's right. And I snatch this out of your hands. Okay. Now, that's good enough. Oh, wait, one more thing. If I don't comply and do what you tell me to do, one of the things you can do is you can pinch down this bracelet even tighter, can't you?
Well, I won't purposely do that.
I appreciate it.
It happens if the suspect won't allow you to double lock it so that it won't click down.
And then, if you still won't comply, you can do an iron wrist lock, can't you? Show us that. And you just keep going until what?
Well, on the handcuff and the wrist, there should be pain compliance to this stuff.
Right. All right. Now, if someone does not comply, in other words, with that very painful maneuver, thank you for doing that. If someone does not comply with that very painful maneuver, what does that also indicate to you?
They're resistant.
Okay, well, we know they're resistant, that's what we're here about. But what does that indicate to you if that level of pain does not make him surrender?
Under the influence.
And so Justin had the left handcuff on Tyre Nichols, right?
Yes.
And you've seen the videos. You may or may not recall it from the night because of your eyes, okay?
I learned it was handcuffed from the videos.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You may not recall it from the night because your eyes were shut down, right?
Yep.
So, but from the videos, you see Justin Smith doing exactly what you just demonstrated. He had the left arm handcuffed and was attempting to twist it and prone him back out. You've seen that on the video, haven't you?
Yes.
And it wasn't working, was it?
No.
And he had his right arm down on the ground getting up,
Yes.
and you batoned him.
Correct.
And yet, even though you batoned him, he still got up on both feet, both legs. Is that right?
Yes.
Tyre did.
Yes.
How dangerous is it at that point? We've already been at Rains and Ross, where he fought with 3 cops. Now we're up off the ground after Bean has tackled him, twisting his arm. He's still up off the ground. How dangerous is that for you as a police officer?
It's dangerous.
It really doesn't get any more dangerous than that until the gun is produced, is it?
Yes.
And that's when Emmett Martin did what he did. Right?
Right.
And you and I spent a good bit of time earlier. It upsets you to watch that video. Right? And I would suggest it upsets anyone. Okay?
Right.
But you said that as it relates to the kicks where Martin comes up, boom, boom, to his head, you didn't see those, right? Because of OC spray, right?
Yes, I wasn't near the officer at the time.
Well, we'll watch it on video, okay? But the first 2 kicks, when he comes running up, is right after you give him the third spray.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Okay, you didn't see it because there's a lot of pepper spray in the air, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Justin Smith has been over a 90-degree angle trying to get the handcuffs on him, right?
Yes.
You have no idea. You have no idea if Justin saw anything. do you?
No, I don't know.
In fact, you had to bet Justin didn't see anything. Did you?
Your
He's
Honor,
blind as a
calls
bat.
for- that literally calls for speculation.
Let me see if I can rephrase it. You've described him as blind as a bat.
Yeah.
At night with no glasses and pepper spray out there, right?
Right.
Justin Smith's glasses were knocked off initially in the fight. You know that because y'all spent 5 minutes looking for his glasses, right?
I don't remember that, but
You don't remember it.
could happen.
But one thing we do know is you did not have your hands on Tyre Nichols trying to get him handcuffed, and you didn't see him, Martin, kick him in the head, did you?
No.
And you didn't see him and Martin punch him, what you believe to be the first time. You heard a thump. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, you didn't know there were 5 punches until the FBI showed you the video over and over and over again to see the 5 punches. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
And that was because of the OC spray, the panic, the fear. That's why you didn't see it, right?
Right.
Do you remember Mr. Hackman asking you, did Nichols ever punch or produce a weapon? Do you remember him asking that question on direct examination? Did he produce a weapon? If you don't remember, we'll move on.
Yeah, I don't remember.
By the way, do you need to wait until somebody produces a weapon to do something?
No.
Remember him asking you a hypothetical, which I didn't object to. That if somebody said, hey, whoa, we got this, we got this.
Oh,
Now, remember him saying, well, why didn't you just say to MMR, oh, we got this, we got this? Remember him asking those questions?
yes.
One thing I know, and I'm asking you if you agree with me, is nobody out there had anything under control. Nobody, no officer had that situation under control, did they?
True.
So it'd be pretty stupid to say, we got this, right?
Right.
In fact, you didn't even see Haley arrive on the scene, did you? I think you testify to that. You didn't even see Haley roll up, did you?
Not until I watched the video.
Right, no.
No, I didn't.
Again, because of the pepper spray, right? You were able to see the first 2 kicks of Emmett Martin to the head. You did not see what you believe to be the first punch that you heard thump. You didn't see all the punches, and you did not see the last kicks that you've seen on video later. You didn't see that, right?
Correct.
Again, that wasn't because you're sticking your head in the sand or trying to look away. It's because of what?
The OC in my eyes.
I've asked you this in federal court, so I'm asking again. It's not an attack upon your manliness, manhood. Were you, prior to hitting Nichols in handcuffs, were you afraid?
I was afraid.
Were you fearful of what was about to happen? What could happen? What was about to happen?
Once I saw him, wait.
Maybe I poorly worded the question. Before we came to this somewhat air-conditioned courtroom, when you were out there that night dealing with Tyre Nichols, before he got handcuffed, before that last handcuff went on, were you experiencing fear,
Yes.
exhaustion?
Yes.
Were you completely perplexed by why this one guy is whipping y'all's tail?
Yes.
That's a pretty good description, wasn't it? That guy was whipping y'all's tail, wasn't he?
Yes.
You've taken people into custody alone with guys bigger than me without much problem, right?
Right.
So much so that in your 6 years as a cop, this was the first time you ever had to take your baton out of its sheath. That's how bad it got. Isn't that right?
Yes, first time.
Now, I would say, I think, I'm right, that the internal affairs or ISP interview of the officers occurred on January 11th. It's one day after Mr. Nichols died. Does that date sound right?
Yes.
On or about that date, you received a phone call from Justin Smith, did you not?
Yes.
I'll kind of walk through it. We've already gone through it one time before, okay? But Justin Smith called shit out of Tyre Nichols. That's what he told you, that wasn't it?
Yep.
And then Justin said, that's fucked up. He told you that, didn't he?
Yes.
And he went on to say, man, this shit isn't personal. Talking about being a cop,
Yes.
right? And you responded to him, well, that explains why they took all of our boots, right?
Yes.
And you said to him, man, if they did that, that's on them, right?
Right.
So do I have the conversation down accurately?
Yeah.
And then Justin said, hey man, that's effed up. He said again, he said, I'm calling Lou. Y'all call the Lieutenant Lou. Is that right?
I don't think I did. He probably did.
Oh, some people refer to Lieutenant Lou. He said he was going to call Lieutenant Dwayne Smith about what he had heard from Haley and Mark. Did he tell you that?
I don't remember,
But he could have.
He could have, yeah.
Okay. And in fact, the MPD policy on not only the duty to intervene, but also reporting says that if you receive information, we don't know if it's true or not, but if we receive information regarding excessive force, you are to report it. That's what the policy says, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so someone ringing you up saying, hey, Mark just said this to me. Was your duty at that point to call and they kick you? Was that your duty? I'm just asking.
It depends because internal affairs, they're all supervisors over. So if they told supervisors, they're taking care of the business now.
No, I agree with you 100%. I'm not saying go run into internal affairs. I'm saying you have a duty to report it, which would be to your supervisor, your lieutenant.
No. And what I'm saying is those are supervisors. They're sergeants. They're higher ranked than we are. So
What, an IAB or?
yeah, I'd be.
Yeah,
So
but IAB is meant as an independent arm to investigate. Would you agree with that? Your lieutenant is your boss. He's the one that writes your reviews, right?
they can tell me to do too.
Okay. But you didn't call anybody.
No, I didn't call nobody.
Did you feel like you had a duty to call anybody to say what Justin told you?
No, because internal affairs already know.
How did you know? How did internal affairs already know about this?
That's who he gave it. When they came out of, when Smith called me, said they came out and said that they said they were kicking. Those statements went to internal affairs.
May I just give you another option?
Okay.
What if Haley and Martin hadn't told internal affairs, but they were instead just telling Justin on the sidewalk? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You listened to the dispatch tapes, and I'm trying to do some of this so we save like hours of listening to tapes, okay? That night, you heard the transmissions on the radio of a call for assistance. You responded to that call for assistance.
Yeah.
Then you heard other officers saying they were responding, right? You heard all that, right?
Yes.
And I would suggest to you, see if you agree, Justin's call number is 2931. Sound right?
I don't remember. I called him.
I'll tell you, yours is 2930. Yours is higher than his. Yours is better than his. Okay? But you recall Justin Smith, because you know his voice, he's got a squeaky voice, doesn't he? He sounds like Kevin Lawrence.
Yeah, he got a country twang.
Yeah, the squeaky guy we hear on all these videotapes saying, dude, bro, give me your hands, real squeaky. That's Justin, isn't it?
Yep.
And Justin came up on the radio. He wasn't even on the scene yet. He came up on the radio and told the Memphis Police Department dispatcher to go ahead and roll MFD if chemical had been used. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Dwayne Smith, who's 2901, he comes up on the radio and asks dispatch, if they have K9 available. You remember that call?
I heard that today.
K9 is like right next to shooting somebody as it relates to the force continuum, isn't it?
I think it was number 6.
You get the list in front of you? I'm doing it from memory.
Yes, right there. Number 6.
Yeah, what is 6? That's that.
Impact weapon, less lethal weapons, MPD K9.
Okay. And then, yeah.
And then deadly force. Yeah.
But dogs are pretty high up on the list, right?
Yes.
So here's a lieutenant. He's not even on the scene. He's seeing that there's K9 available. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I hear you say on direct examination with Mr. Hagerman that in fact Tyre Nichols was the most difficult arrest you had ever tried to make in your however many years at NPD?
Yeah, I said.
I don't know. I don't want to misquote you.
No, I don't
I'm way over there, and I thought I heard you say that the arrest of Tyre Nichols was the most difficult one you had.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Well, you tell me now. Was the Tyre Nichols arrest the most difficult one you had in 6 years as a cop?
It's the only arrest that I got criminal charges from.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about now. You know, they accuse lawyers of tricking people, okay? From a strength, from a pain tolerance level, just one guy weighs 180 pounds, okay? From a pain tolerance and strength level, have you ever faced a more difficult arrest in your career at NPD?
I'm thinking.
That's cool. But I'll take it as a no if you can't think of one.
I'm saying that was the most pain tolerance arrest
Okay.
I made.
Cool. With your indulgence, I'm trying to get through now. On the ass baton, we should have had one with. But it's a steel pole that looks like if somebody's old enough to remember TV antenna that expands out. Is that right? It's a steel pole, right?
I don't know if it's steel, but yes, it's like a TV antenna.
What do you think?
Metal, something. Yeah.
And when you extend it, it extends out to full length, about that long, right?
Yes.
And when you strike the human body, be it behind the leg, behind the knee, on the forearm, when you strike that, have you ever been struck with one?
No.
And when you're going through training, the guys had to dress up like a big Michelin man and big old padding things, didn't they?
Use like punching bags.
Yeah. Okay, so it's like a big padded punching bag that you had to hit, right?
Yes.
So if you crack somebody with a baton one time, you expect that to bring them to their knees crying?
Yes.
You hit him 3 times. You saw no difference in it, did you?
No.
In fact, you kind of too hard on yourself. You said you were angry. And I think that's what Mr. Perry was getting at. When you saw it didn't work in 3 times, you stopped. Right?
Yes.
If you were out of control angry, you'd have just continued to beat him. But when you saw the 3 strikes did not bring this guy under control, you stopped. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Because 1 strike should have brought him under control. 3 darn well should have, right?
Yes.
I'm going to read off a list of activities. I'm going to call them activities, actions of Tyre Nichols when you came up on Justin and Tadarius trying to get him in handcuffs. Was Tyre attempting to pull away? Yes or no?
Yes.
Was he attempting to push away? In other words, create distance between himself and Justin.
No.
Was he clenching his arms and body?
Yes.
If I clench my arms like this, y'all call it, I think you call it turtling. If I clench my arms like this, how many men, if I'm just a normal guy, how many cops is it gonna take to unclench my arms?
It all depends on
What's your best estimate?
more than one, more than two.
You're a big man, you play football.
Yeah.
If I clench my arms like this and I'm 63 years old, are you gonna get my hands behind my back?
By myself, no.
By yourself, no. So Tyree was clenching his arms, flailing his legs around, and he was blading. You know what blading is, don't you?
No, what's blading?
Man, you just don't, you know. Blading is when instead of laying flat on your back or flat on your tummy, you're on your hip.
Okay.
Blading.
Okay.
You were trained at it at MPD, weren't you? Blading?
I can't recall that.
Okay. But if they're not on their belly or they're not on their back, they're dangerous, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because they've got a free hand and a free waistband. Is that right?
Right.
And by having a free hand and a free waistband, then he can be one of those 90% with a weapon, right?
Right.
Clenching his body. Was he attempting to run away from Justin and from Tadarius? Once he got up on his feet, was he attempting to run away?
You could have, possibly.
If Justin had let go of him, he would have. Well, strike that. That calls for statement. But he couldn't let go of that handcuff, could he?
Right.
Even if Tyre Nichols wanted to run away, Justin could not let go of that handcuff because if he did, what? It's a weapon, right?
Yes.
Was Tyre refusing to comply with all commands?
Yes.
We already talked about the pepper spray being ineffective. We've already talked about the baton strikes being ineffective. And you told me and you told the FBI one time that if Tyre Nichols had gotten that one arm free from Justin with that handcuff, your exact words were, it was going to be real bad. Remember telling them that? It could be real bad.
I don't remember saying it, but if
Tell
one
me that.
handcuff is on the wrist, yeah, I can do that.
Bad.
Just need you to pick your voice up.
If a person suspect has one handcuff on their wrist, because they can use that one handcuff and attack the officers, which has happened in the past.
Connor Schilling, a few others, right?
I don't know their names, but it has.
And they also attack pedestrian, civilian, whatever, right? With that handcuff.
If they want to.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I'm actually trying to say this and still do a good job for my client, okay? So instead of playing the video, I'm just going to ask you some things about what I saw in the video. And you tell me if you can recall it.
Okay.
Now, you and Bean were riding together, Bean's in the passenger seat, and you were going down Ross Road. And as you're going down Ross Road, you see someone nonchalantly walking through the front yard of someone on Ross Road. Is that right?
Yes.
He was wiping his face with a multicolored jacket of some sort, which matched the description that was put out on the radio. Is that right?
Yes.
You then very calmly performed a U-turn and came back toward you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and me are talking, saying, that's him, right?
Correct.
And so Bean jumped out of the car and chased him.
Yes.
And you followed behind him, right?
Yes.
Hey, did you happen to hear Justin Smith ask one of the EMTs or paramedics, hey, do you have one of those face thingies put on him? Did you happen to hear Justin say that?
I heard him say bagging.
Bagging.
I think it was bagging.
And And when you were first asked the question, I heard your answer, it had something to do with Face ID, photo ID, or something. But now that you've thought about your answer, I'm just asking you, was Justin asking the paramedics if they have oxygen to put on Tyre?
I'm watching it. I believe so. He said oxygen was low.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'll tell you, and you tell me if you agree with it or not, whatever. Paramedics got there on the video, okay?
Okay.
Somewhere around the 9-minute mark, the 9 minute and 30 seconds. I'm just gonna call it 9:30 on the slide bar, okay?
Okay.
And I will tell you, and see if you agree with me, that's 9 minutes, 30 seconds, almost 10-minute mark. That the EMT that was there supposed to be caring for Tyre Nichols didn't go get his oxygen until over 15 minutes later at the 25:02 mark. And he said, I'm gonna go get the bag. Do you recall that? That sound right to you?
Yes.
So, and you heard Mr. Hayward talking about dragging somebody up next to the car, and Mr. Perrick asked you about it. That's called the recovery position, isn't it? When somebody's been pepper sprayed or in a fight, you put them in medically a supine position, but it's a recovery position, so they're up and they can get breath. Isn't that what Justin did when he drug Tyre over and set him up against the car?
Yeah.
In fact, Justin said, let's let him get some air, get him up on his butt. Remember hearing you say that? That was Justin saying that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Dean went over there and helped Justin drag him up next to the car, is that right?
Yes.
And then, for whatever reason, Tyre Nichols kept flopping around while the EMT was standing right there. Tyre kept flopping around, banging his head on the ground, and doing his legs like this. And Justin came back over again and said, hey man, let's put him back up against the car. And he put him up against the car the second time, didn't he?
Yeah, I saw it today.
Yeah. The EMT's just standing there doing nothing, right?
Yes.
May I speak with defense counsel for a moment? Am I fine?
Mr. Nichols was, that's the word we're gonna use, is flopping around. How many times did you tell those paramedics he got hit in the head?
No, I didn't tell him anything.
And how many times did you hear Justin Smith tell those paramedics he got hit in the head?
Your Honor, this is his witness. He cannot use leading questions. I'm objecting to the leading on his redirect.
Respond.
This is a yes or no question.
And I have an objection.
All right.
You may or may not have seen it. When you asked the question, Mr. Mills answered it and then was about to qualify that answer, and he moved to the second question. Witness needs to be able to answer the question.
We can just make the question burn, leading questions as this is.
This is a yes or no question.
All right.
How many times did you hear Justin Smith tell medical personnel he got hit in the head?
I didn't hear any.
How many times did you hear Tadarius
I'm
Bean?
going to object, Your Honor. His leading, when he's, number one, when he's doing this, that's suggesting the answer. Number two, he's suggesting the answer by yes or no questions. The premise is that it's leading. He can say, what did you hear him suggest to paramedics? If he wants to ask that wide open, he can do that. He cannot do that on redirect, Your Honor. That's totally inappropriate.
As far as the hand gestures, I don't believe that the hand gestures are doing anything other than clarifying the type of question that he's asking as far as it being type of strike. As far as it being a leading question, he's not suggesting an answer, he's asking an amount. And so the court's not going to, the court's going to overrule the objection.
May I make my objection?
All right.
The question on the table is, how many times did, let's just use Justin's name, how many times Justin Smith held EMTs, he's hit the head? My objection is, pursuant to the rules of evidence, assumed facts not in evidence, and that is, there's been no testimony in evidence that Justin Smith ever saw any strike his head. So therefore, it assumes facts not in evidence.
Your Honor, this is plainly irrelevant. We can approach the rest of the arguments. How many times do you hear Justin Smith tell his paramedics he's been impacted to the head?
No.
How many times did you hear Tadarius Bean tell these paramedics he's been impacted to the head?
None.
How many times did you hear Demetrius Haley tell the paramedics he's been impacted to the head?
None.
And how many times did you tell these paramedics he's been impacted to the head?
None.
You were asked about Tyre whipping y'all's tail, is that right?
I think so. That's what it said.
How many times did you see Tyre push somebody to the ground?
No.
How many times did you see Tyre punch somebody?
None.
All right, well, how many times did you see Tyre kick somebody?
None.
How many times did you see Tyre get on top of somebody?
None.
You were asked by Mr. Perry and shown a picture from a training and policy manual of the police department, is that right?
Yes.
Having to do with a baton strike?
Yes.
And was it a picture showing like where or how you're supposed to do it?
Yes.
How many pictures and MPD manuals have you seen where two people have somebody on the ground and an officer soccer kicking them to the head?
None.
How many MPD manuals have you seen where an officer is on either side of the person and there's another officer throwing quote haymakers?
None.
How many MPD policy manuals have you seen where there's a picture of an officer watching excessive force happen and just not doing anything?
None.
Is it the right thing to do to try to intervene?
Yes.
You said you shared values with Justin Smith, is that right?
Yes.
Did you violate those shared values that night?
By name, I did.
Officer, night, I'm not intervening. Is it fair to say there were things that you saw and there were things that you did not see?
Yes.
And this wasn't a trick either. I mean, Mr. Zimmer, I asked you about this pepper spray.
Yes.
There was a time that you walked away, pepper spray, and you couldn't see what was going on.
Correct.
There were times that you were further away from Mr. Nichols than other people. Is that correct?
Yes.
When Mr. Martin kicked Mr. Nichols in the head, where were Justin Smith and Tadarius Bean?
Right there with Mr. Nichols.
Right there.
Yes.
When Mr. Martin kicked Tyre Nichols a second time in the head, where were Justin Smith and Tadarius Bean?
In the same place with Mr. Nichols.
Right there.
Yes.
When Emmett Martin was throwing haymakers, where was Justin Smith and Tadarius Bean?
With Mr. Nichols, right there.
testified that that night, again, the theme of you saw some things you did, and that you did not see Haley use force on Mr. Nichols. Is that correct?
Correct.
After you saw the videos, did you see Mr. Haley use force on Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
And when did that occur? I'm not asking for a time, I'm asking for a description of when it occurred.
The kick at the end.
The kick
Kick at the end.
to the head
At the end.
at the end.
Yeah.
And would that be after Mr. Haley arrived on the scene,
Yes.
when he runs from his car to the scene?
Yes.
And after Mr. Haley kicks him that time, do you see another use of force by somebody else?
Yes.
And who is that?
Martin.
Did you or any of the officers intervene in any of those uses of force?
No, I didn't see the kicks till I watched the video.
You couldn't intervene in Mr. Haley's or Mr. Martin's final case, is that correct?
Correct. I could not.
That's all my questions, Judge.
All right, free cross, Mr. Perry.
Yes, John. EMTs were on the scene, right?
Yes.
And you all called EMT, one of you called EMTs to the scene or emergency personnel, right?
Yes.
Did anybody from emergency personnel ask you a question about the difficulty of the arrest?
No.
Did,
I didn't talk to anybody. No EMT.
did any EMTs try to do their job and you stood in front of them and blocked Mr. Nichols' view or anything like that, or the view of Mr. Nichols from any of the EMTs?
No.
Did you in any way try to wipe any sort of blood or try to straighten out the clothes of Mr. Nichols while he's sitting there and EMTs are standing feet in front of him, just 2 or 3 feet in front of him?
No.
Did you were asked questions about whether or not somebody said how many times he was struck in the face? Did EMTs ask you how many times was he struck?
No.
Did EMTs ask you any questions whatsoever about Mr. Nichols' condition?
I don't recall.
And based off of the video that you've seen earlier, as it related to the medical directives that were going on out there, it only seemed that one person had any sort of input at all with EMT people, right?
Yeah.
And according to your ISB, that was the only member of your team trained in any sort of medical, correct?
Correct.
And who was that?
Smith.
And Smith is the only person out there that, other than being helping Smith, right?
Yeah.
Smith says, let's get him up in the recovery position, correct?
Correct.
Right?
Right.
But at any point were asked questions from the EMTs about how he looks like he looks.
I can't recall.
Okay. When you were asked this question here about not talking about how many blows, etc., was there anything on that scene in that particular night that you can recall that was meant to in any way throw the EMTs off from doing their job?
No.
All right, Mr. Sam.
Thank you, Honor. Mr. Mills, on the redirect, you said that Mr. Haley never told fire department personnel about strikes to the head of Tyre Nichols that night, correct?
Correct.
Now, Martin's first soccer kick and second kick to the head, you didn't see until you saw video. You didn't see there at the scene, correct?
Correct.
You couldn't intervene in those because you didn't see them, correct?
Correct.
Haley wasn't present, was he?
No.
So he couldn't have talked to anybody about those blows to Tyre Nichols' head that night, could he?
No, he couldn't.
Now, Martin punched Tyre Nichols in the head that night several times, correct?
Correct.
You saw some of those punches, correct?
Correct.
And heard what you believe were others, correct?
Correct.
And all of them occurred before Demetrius Haley arrived at Castlegate and Bear Creek, correct?
Correct.
So he couldn't have told any EMTs or paramedics or fire department medical personnel about something he wasn't present for, could he?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
That pepper spray is very powerful. You're all bewildered, tired, exhausted. And Justin, it's Darius, was engaged with Nichols the entire time. Just like you didn't see the punch or all the punches until you watched the video, or any of the kids. Is it possible that Justin didn't see any of that?
Possible.
You didn't. Right up looking at him in the morning. And you standing right up looking at Nichols. And you didn't see some of the punches.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else for this witness? All right, so those are all the questions we have for you, sir. You can step down.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have put you through enough in this heat. We are going to go ahead and excuse you all for the evening. We are going to go ahead and get started as early as we can tomorrow morning and get right back into it. Hopefully, they will have the air fixed for us tomorrow. So we wish you all a good evening and you are.
Hey, so I had to walk in the kitchen for a second. Did they wrap it up with this witness, or we still gonna see him in the morning? I'm not sure. I missed that. So I don't know if they wrapped him up or we gonna see him again in the morning, but we will see. All right. I see y'all. I see all 4 people watching on Twitch. Thank you. But that's it for today, guys. We will be back at it tomorrow. See ya.